in 9 minutes. You need to sign up right now, Mane. Use this.
Oh. And we are live. Yo. Okay. We still have 6 minutes. We're gonna try to redeem the ZEKROM team today, and then we'll go on to our USPA game. I don't know how many games of this ladder tour we'll actually be able to play, but we will play as many as we can. So it should be cool. Alright. Yeah, we still just have 6 minutes till start time. And we'll get right into it. There's still a little delay because I'm too lazy to change my settings, unfortunately, but it's not that much. Did I even change the title? Yeah, it's good. Alright. But yeah, the ZEKROM team, pretty crazy stuff. So we have already featured the ZEKROM team in like the Nina tour, and we didn't do a great job with it. We did not. But yeah, here, not bad. We're using this again. I didn't make the set change that I was going to. I decided to keep dual wing beat for this, 'cause why not? And hopefully it won't burn me for not doing that like I planned. But I'm pretty confident regardless. No way we will do as bad as we did in the Nino tour, right? I just want to redeem the ZEKROM team because I felt like I played bad when I played the Nino tour. Yes, Pocoyo, yes. The best emote on Twitch, bro. There's nothing better than the Whooper gun. Every other emote doesn't matter. Which, unironically, I'm subbed to like so many channels now. And like, the one that I like the most is still my Whooper gun. I don't know, there's just something so funny about it to me. As Zern was named Kaya. Oh, because it's named yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Also, I'm gonna put this away. We got it from Mr. Joe, because he wanted an Urshifu, and I traded my Urshifu. But yeah, the plan, we're just using ZEKROM stuff, and it should be good. Oh, and also, if you guys missed it, we played a friendly versus the Greece national team, and we were running Comfy Ray, right? We took it to game 3, but I realized something very unfortunate. And you may have noticed there, when I was hovering over that Comfy, it's Flower Veil. It is not Triage. But we're still able to take it to game 3 regardless. I probably should have won, but I didn't make the optimal play in the end game. I did not. Because I just thought it was a 50-50 on who I targeted. It wasn't a clear 50-50. Because if I parting shotted and he targeted Ogre, then I win the game by setting up Trick Room in the back. But I didn't realize that at the time, so I just doubled the Torn. And he didn't end up protecting his Urshifu, unfortunately. But it was still a really close game, because like, game 3, the leads, I thought it was like so bad. And the VOD is still up for now. It will be down soon though. And it will be on the YouTube though, But it's gonna be on the Greece friendly channel, streamed by shoot, I'm blanking on the name of who's actually gonna stream that. Shoot. Well, I'm gonna link it in the Discord anyways, so it's whatever. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, Extra. So have you still been playing Unite? Because I actually played with some friends yesterday. Oh no, 2 days ago on like Friday. Yeah. Forgot for a second. That was pretty cool. So if you want to like join my Discord and we can just play there, or I can just use your Discord again and drag it up more if you end up playing Unite still. Bum, 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 bum. And we'll be doing this friendly competition until until the USPA Top Cut. The Kyogre Ho team, don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. It exists. That's all that matters. But it's really this A-Rays team with a Ho-Oh. And it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Okay, there's still 1 more minute. Just have to wait. Alright. Alright, this should be time. It should be time. But yeah, I don't even know if the ZEKROM team is good, or I don't really think it's that good. It has mons that can like win games for you though, which is pretty funny. But I just want to have like a good send-off for it, you know? Because the Nino tour was horrible. Because I just didn't feel right to me to end it that way. Even if it does bad in this tour, that's a better send-off than the Nino tour. But after this, I probably won't use it again, regardless of the results. Because I have a lot more stuff I want to use, other than the ZEKROM team. But for now, we'll have a World ZEKROM day. And hopefully ZEKROM will do something. Ooh, God. We got Thundy, Regieleki from the get-go, dude. From the get-go. Playing for keeps, brother. I'm just gonna try to Kyogre Torn him, and then have Regigigas squeeze me in the back and have that clean up. I'm not 100% sure if it'll work, but I think having Tailwind up for Regigigas in the back is actually kind of huge. Dun, dun. Just to help me kill the Zacian, help me kill the Thund. There's so many things that this helps me isolate and get rid of. And I think that's all I need to worry about. It's probably it could be a Thund Zacian lead or like Thund Grim, but I'm fine with that. Oh, Kyogre Grim. That's surprising. I don't really think that's the move by him, but let's think. We are Sash. Do we still this Water Spout though and Hurricane? Honestly, I feel like we do. Because I don't think he's going to get the KO on Tornadus instantly, is the thing. Okay, he's going for a max. Lightning, maybe? Question mark? That's a very aggressive max, though. Oh, boy. But he shouldn't be able to KO my Torn unless he goes for like a Spirit Break double up. But he does that, it's probably going to die to a Water Spout, right? So I think that's still fine for us. Yeah, oh yeah, he light screens, yeah. Of course. Of course. Yeah, it does nothing. Oh, confusion. Oh, yeah. The classic Assault Vest Ogre. But, since you were asking, well, this guy is doing the concept of the Ho-Oh Ogre team. It's basically Assault Vest Ogre and winning and having that AB Ogre win the games. That's really all it is. Next to like Light Screen Grim. This team is really showing you that concept, but they have very different mons than the Ho-Oh team, obviously. I love this Water Spout Tailwind though. It's probably gonna reflect, I imagine. But either way, this is kind of, for what it's worth, it's pretty okay for me. Because he's not going to have his Dynamax, and we're going to have Regigigas max in the endgame. Oh, he fake tears. Okay. He fake tears Torn. So he doesn't even get a reflect off, which is huge. It's absolutely huge, man. It's huge. There's a confusion. If he hits himself, it's gonna be Kyogre, right? No, into Torn again. He just doesn't care. Okay. Well, I feel like we go Wheezing. Let's protect here. And Spout. Instant, it's fine. So it'll probably be like a fake out and a max lightning, if I had to guess. I was considering going for a max lightning myself, but like it's not worth it. This protect. He's probably gonna fake out max lightning my Kyogre, but I'm fine with Kyogre dying here, is the thing. Kyogre dying is not a bad scenario for me. Yep. Though max water into Wheezing is concerning. Now that I said that. Okay, he gets confused. We're good. And now I can just Water Spout, Sludge Bomb. I don't know if that's actually better for me or not, because this means we're going to lose Tailwind when we have Regigigas in. Yeah, this is so little damage. No, it is better for us, because we're going to have Wheezing around still, and he's just going to KO my Kyogre, if anything. Origin Pulse? Okay. No, he doesn't KO Kyogre. We really need this guy to KO Kyogre, like, right now. This is, Actually, wait. 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 I think we go for the Kyogre win. Because Regigigas should be able to beat the opposing Kyogre in the back. Come on, Kyogre. Oh, you haven't slept, Ambro? Oh, rip. I barely got sleep either, though. I woke up at like 5 AM. And I went to sleep at like 11. Well, that's still a fair amount of sleep. That's still fair amount. Sub? Don't sub. You wanted sub. Sub is cringe. Oh, he quick attacks. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, now I'm confident we win. I'm so confident. Actually, that doesn't KO. It doesn't even come close. Oh yeah, because he has light screen. I'm stupid. Oh god. And he parried. Oh no. That's the worst case scenario, because like, I could have switched out and I could have gone for an Origin Pulse and just won it that way. But now it's Tailwind's down and I can't even do that. Oh god, we choked this, huh? And you see what I mean though? I just find a way to lose with this team. I just find a way. Like really bad we find a way. Yeah, I got greedy. We had Wheezing Regigigas back too. Because we could have like max strike. Though it still would have been a little uncomfortable. We win. We just straight up win if Kyogre dies when we get Wheezing. And yeah, I don't know why I did this. Just completely forgetting about light screen like a moron. Insane. Yeah, now the rain's back up. Zacian, this kills Regigigas. Oh, Eve. Or we're saving our bad plays now, so we can just kill it at the actual tournament, you know? Cause that was some bad plays. Just forgetting about light screen like that, like oy vey, oy vey. And even not forgetting about light screen, I still just max strike Kyogre and I win. And I just didn't do it. We just didn't do it for no reason. But is it really an Atmosphere VGC stream if I'm not just trolling the whole time? Because we did, what they say, quite a little bit of trolling. Yvelodon Ditto? I'm planning on using it too. Like, Yvelodon Ditto with, like, Swagger Thunderous. Horse Scarfogre? Yeah, you could do that, dude. Okay. This sounds right. It does sound right. Maybe Rillaboom. Scared of Amoonguss a little bit, but I'll try this. This way we can Water Spout and we can like Wisp and then go Regigigas and make plays like that. Oi, oi, oi. I could, but I'm scared. I should have. Yeah, you're right. I was like, wait, what am I scared of? What was my thought after saying that? Oh, there's another thing though. We spout. We do spout. Or do I just want a hard switch and go for a... No, we just Wisp out, I think. I'm playing this so bad, dude. Oh no. The other thing with leading Gigas, you're in this scenario where if you Thund, Zacian doubles up. It's a little annoying. But that's still better than what I did, I think. It is still better than what I did. Yeah, that doesn't do any damage. It is boy. Oh, is he just doubling Weezing it? Am I stupid? Yeah. Holy, I'm so bad with this team. Yeah, I'm so bad with this team. But we live anyways, though. We have one reprieve on life right now. I need Tailwind up, and I'm just gonna go for Kyogre and hope it wins. I'm going for Kyogre, and I'm trying to get Rain up while having a Mongon. That's what I'm going for. Cause he didn't do any damage to my Scarf Kyogre in that turn. He could also sub, which is scary, or double up Torn. If he doubles up Torn, I'm kind of sad. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Okay, there's the Airstream. I have a plan. It's an interesting plan, but I think the plan might work. Because Scarf Kyogre, and I can disable him from having his Groudon to reset the weather with neutralizing gas. So he's just going to be in rain and he can't stop it. And I'm maxing early with Regigigas just because I kind of want Regigigas to live the turn and get a speed drop on these. But if it doesn't, then we still get our Tailwind and we can just go Kyogre and then we switch in Weezing. And we just try to win with Spout. Yep, okay. Alright. Torn, perfect. Yes. Okay, good. Thun, go into Torn as well, please. Yes, okay. We're good then. We're Scarf, Kyogre, and Tailwind. And then we can just switch our Regigigas into Weezing. So we have the queer speed advantage. The scary thing is Venusaur back. But you're still gonna have to take like rain boosted water spouts. Even to have a scenario. So this is not all bad. It feels... It does feel a bit weird, but I do think I actually switch out my Regigigas right now to Weezing. As well, this is Asian, he's +2. Yeah, and we're Tailwind and we're Scarf. So he has to switch early if he wants to win here. Even then, we still have a chance to KO Zacian with this, I think. If he doesn't switch. Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware of that. And he switched. And he switched. I should have went for the Quake, actually. Because Regigigas will be faster, too. Yeah, that was another mistake. Ugh. So we need Water Spout to KO the Zacian at full through Sun. Oh, 1 HP. I thought it would, honestly. That's why I was comfortable doing it. Solar Blade, okay. I honestly thought it would KO. So that's a bit of a bummer. Though he would still have Venusaur in the back. Yeah, we're playing really bad. The play was Quake and you switch. Anyways, but... Or you just Spout. Actually, yeah, you just Quake Spout, right? No. Because Regigigas has low star, he would be slower, so you have to bring in Weezing. Yeah, I played that. Ugh. I'm so bad at this team, man. I'm like actually so bad at playing this team. Or in other words, the team is bad. Yes, yes. Well, my micro decisions have been not good, to say the least. Ugh. I'm gonna start turning the brain off though and go like VGC wheezing more. Cause I've absolutely failed at playing this team. Oh my god. Yeah, to switch Ogre and go for a Quake. But I still think my play works with Zacians. No, yeah, let's still the Quake anyways, because then you can like max strike. So yeah, that this works. But I played on the gambit that he doesn't switch. Which, like, why wouldn't you switch? Because Zacian probably lives, and then you just... So, it made sense, but... I was just hoping he would sack his Mons. Because his Thunderous was useless, right? There's, like, nothing his Thunderous could really help him with at that point in the game. But now he didn't sack it, he just murdered us with it instead. Wait, is ZEKROM good for once? Regigigas, Wheezing, and then we go ZEKROM, Rillaboom, or Kyogre. I feel like Kyogre is asking for him to Regieleki me though, in the back. And I think having my Rillaboom for his Ogre is pretty good. But then again, my Kyogre helps with Solgaleo scenarios, right? Kyogre does help with Solgaleo scenarios. And Instant too. But he has his own Rilla, so he's probably going to bring that to stop it. And I don't think it's really worth me playing into Rilla. So I'm going to just go ZEKROM back and hope it works. Also, interesting to note, Full Metal Bodies is going to be disabled by Wheezing, so we can Will-O-Wisp. We can get the speed drops on it with Max Strike, and we can just Willow. So I think this is actually pretty good. Like Kyogre lead, we can just like Max Strike Ogre and call it a day. He's not going to have Rain Up. He's not going to have Rain Up. Okay, so Galio Rillaboom, that's fine. Honestly, I think I just Max Strike here. And then I just Willow. He fakes out Wheezing this turn. So I'm gonna protect Wheezing actually. This is a cover for the fake out. And this hit around Solgaleo the whole game. I think that's the move. Yeah. Whatever he goes into is taking a Max Strike though. Oh, perfect. Perfect. This does mean he can get his fake out off onto my Wheezing though. With his Rilla. But I take this. I definitely take this scenario. Yeah, there's the Max. Does he have Max Psychic? Is that why he's doing this? So he's baiting the Protect and he goes in the Rill again. I can't Will-O-Wisp him anymore. Yeah, that was probably it. He's going for the Rill switch and then this Max Strike, Max Psychic's Wheezing to stop me from being able to KO. So he's just playing for burn prevention, which is smart. But all I have to do is like switch out my Wheezing, and then that whole scenario is just over for him. There's a steel spike. And this is why I wish we had lacking though. So I could do this play, and I can do it completely unpunished and just get rid of his Rillaboom. But because of how slow start works, we're still gonna get punished a little bit by this. Yeah, he's gonna get, I'm fine with Grassy Turn going up. It's well worth it. And then we go Zek. This is also this check, and this prevent Weezing from getting KO'd this turn. Zekrom's in. Fake out into Weezing, yep. And then he goes for a Steel or a Psychic move. If it's Psychic Fangs, then we definitely made the right play. Steel is a little... Then I'm a little less certain how good our play was, but I still think it was pretty good. Oh, Quake. Okay. Our play was pretty bad then. I didn't even consider that it would Quake me, because every Weezing ever is Shuka Berry, right? So it just seemed a little bizarre to do that. Alright. I'm just gonna Max Strike again and bring in Weezing. This game's... Because now Solgaleo is gonna lose its Max. So it's just gonna take a lot of damage. And he didn't get, like, too many Quakes up either. And we have Lariat on our Regigigas. So I believe we can just Giga Impact the Kyogre when it comes in. And we can just Will with Solgaleo. And be perfectly fine. I am okay with him Quaking the Weezing, because he's just taking so many speed drops at this point. Alright. Get Weezing in. Max Guard, perfect. No more boost. That's like the only thing that makes this scenario scary is this Solgaleo is going to have so many boosts, but this doesn't matter anymore. He is still going to get Will-Wisp anyways, because Weezing is going to live the turn. Because Kyogre's not going to have his Rain. And we just Giga Impact Willow and we win. So we're bringing it back. I'm starting to adjust again to playing this stuff. You know, a lot of the teams I've played on stream have been teams I haven't actually tested in Showdown. I've been using this to test. Just to give me some more variety. But we do have some teams we have played on Showdown that are still just in the Discord for now. I haven't taken them out yet. But I will take those. I'll start taking more of those teams out going into February. And the more big tournaments we get in. For these ladder tours, I'm just going to be using stuff like this, where I'm not really testing in Showdown, but I'm looking at like theoreticals, like Weezing, Regigigas, Kyogre, and then like Zekrom, Ho-Oh, Zygarde, stuff like that. So we'll be doing a lot of interesting teams like that over the next few months. A few weeks. But yeah, we Giga Impact, that's fine. I get my Willow, and that's all that matters. So Galio is now useless. Oh, he said Trick Room. That's pretty good for him. But it doesn't really, like, change the scenario for me. I just still attack the Kyogre. If anything, it's a little bit better, because now I really don't have to go for a Giga Impact. I don't feel any obligation to Giga Impact anymore. Hell, I could also just switch into Rilla if I wanted to. Yeah, there's a Sunsteel. And a Regigigas, it's not KOing. And Sludge Bomb hits first, of course. There's Water Spout. It does chunk a lot, though. That's fine. Pop. There we go. Ah, that's perfect, dude. Well, actually, I probably should have went real low earlier. This turn. This is clean up the game faster, you know? Because it's not necessary by any means, but it does clean up the game faster. Because now I'm going to have to do this. I go into Rilla now, and I protect Wheezing, and I switch out Rilla, and I Grassy Glide the Kyogre. And otherwise, I want to have to do this roundabout way to just win the game. Yeah. It's interesting, this is for sure. But yeah, Kyogre protects. Interesting enough. I don't really agree with that protect, but it does help us win, so quicker. Considering we didn't just do the Rilla switch early on. But I think it was fine not switching to Rilla early, because that way you don't have to worry about Water Spout crit. That's hard. Though I don't think a Water Spout crit plus Sunsteel KOs anyway, so it didn't really matter. But we will show off our Zekrom again, you know. What big boy look cool, you know. Out on the town with big old Zek. That game was a lot cleaner though, but I think it was an easier matchup. So it didn't really take as much. Zekrom. Nice. How many turns of Trick Room? Yeah, there's a Rock Slide. That's fine. This is nothing. And obviously, I will avoid activating the weakness policy. It doesn't really matter though. Bum bada bum. Yeah, how many turns of Trick Room? 1. Okay. Just KO my Zekrom, please. Please, good man. I don't know if he actually will be able to though. Yeah, he won't be able to. Yeah. Yeah, we chipping him now though. We chipping him, boys. Big Bolt Strike. Yo. But yeah, this Solgaleo is +1, so it didn't really do any damage. But yeah, now we can just Wood Hammer Crunch and finish the game. Yep. Clean game right there. Respectable little 4-0. Okay. Okay. But yeah, we got the warm-up games out of the way. We're never losing again. Obviously. Brother, tournament? Man, the minute we start winning, they're never gonna let us get another game, huh? Is that how it is? That's how it is out here? Dun, approach you, huh? Okay, this one I just Reggie wheezing. I'll do it this time. We're doing it for once. And Kyogre. Probably Torn. We're doing it. I've learned my lesson, probably. Not really. I haven't learned any lessons. There's no lessons learned, but we are clicking the Reggie wheezing mode. Through. Alright. Zacian Groudon? Okay. Know what I suddenly wondered when I was laddering? Oh, what? What? He was in the tournament. I don't know which one. But yeah, he was in the tournament yesterday. I don't know which one, but I remember clicking on someone's name and I'm being like, oh, that's Justin Snores. So yeah, there was a Justin Snores somewhere. At least. But I imagine it's just because of school. He is still a kid. Oh, it was frankly surprising. There was a lot of tours where, like, hear this play anyways. Even during, like, what you consider a school year. Oh, he's Mac? Wow. Okay. Yeah. He was in one of the tours yesterday. Don't know which one. Because both of those tours have blended together for me now. Zacian protects, perfectly fine. Also, interesting that he invited a Will-O-Wisp into his Groudon. The Max Quake doesn't kill Weezing though, right? No way. Or Shuka. Shuka Berry's goated. Shuka Berry, please. You're my favorite item in the Pokemon game. Okay, good. I feel like I get this burn Groudon and Quake. Zacian. Okay, did he bring Thon? Okay, no. I was about to say that would be a little... that'd make me a little sad. Yeah, we can just have Kyogre now, and we can spout. Cool Quakes, bro. Take this rain boosted water spout. Now we bring in Kyogre, and I think we're in a good spot. Even with Regigate's going slow start mode. We're just gonna have random water spout, he's gonna die. Even at +2, there's no way. Don't believe it. He'll switch Groudon, maybe, but, like, I don't think that saves him, because I still have the Torn switch, you know? I have a mom that's sackable, too. Yeah, Max Darkness is a pretty sick play here, I think. Kill. It didn't kill, I'm stupid. Oh god. I was like certain that would kill. And Max Darkness won't. I should have Max Striked. Huh. I really just don't know my Scarf Kyogre calcs because I'm so used to playing Mystic Water and other Kyogre offensive sets. But yeah, we get burned there a little bit. Zacian? Yeah. I had to strike. I should have striked anyways. I'm gonna be greedy and stay in Water Spout. Yo, CJ. We trying to actually get wins with the Zekrom team, but we're playing so bad. Okay, sub. You will sub. And it'll be great. Good substitute time. Dang it. Ah. And of course we miss. No. Okay, we would have won too. We hit that. I think we actually could have won. Do we have a scenario still? I don't feel like we do. But I'll double up Zacian anyways. The Behemoth Blade. Yo, have fun at work, brother. I appreciate you coming out. Yeah, we're trying Zekrom. It hasn't gone well. It hasn't really done too much for us either. Darn. Oh, that's pretty big. Now hit your high horsepower, for the love of God. Can we actually win? Okay. Okay. Let's go. We're back. We back, boys. Actually kind of crazy. Wait, what was I looking at? Oh, does it show me slow start? Oh. It doesn't. That's why I forgot what I was gonna look for, but I was like, oh yeah, does this show me slow start? That was what it was. It's interesting, but like I don't feel like it's actually that good. But I still want to use every restricted anyways, regardless of how I feel about it. I feel like I Hurricane and then I Giga Impact. Yeah, I'll do the high horsepower and then I'll Giga Impact after. Icy Wind. Okay. So true, bro. Well, were you predicting the first miss? I gotta know. Oh, he's Barry. Ugh. Optimal. Turn on the gas. Let's go, Regigigas. Let's go. My boy gassed up. He's gassed right now, bro. He's gassed. He gassed. Gassed up. Let's go, dude. Let's go. No misses. Thank you, Ambro. Every win where we don't miss, this is a shout out to Ambrosio. He decides our faith in this channel. Because legitimately, when we were playing the tournament, I subbed with my Zacian and he was like, hey, this fire move is gonna crit. And I was like, And then it crit. It crit my sub. He's never called it wrong here. Not a single time. At least not a time I remember. He's the greatest curse of them all. It is unbelievable. But we back to even, boys. We back to even. And as I said, you know, those first 2 games are practice games. Simply practice games. You know, I was just waking up, all that. I totally wasn't already up at like 5 a.m., you know. It was just a trial game to wake us up. That's all it was. Dialga Ho-Oh, huh? You trying to Dialga me? You trying to Ho-Oh me? Those are my teams, and you put them together. We the Dialga Ho-Oh player in this house, but separately. We're not that insane. But we do this. We just Regigigas, Weezing, Kyogre. I want a Zekrom. I really want Zekrom to work here, so I'm gonna bring Zekrom. I don't know. It has a matchup here. It has a matchup here. We'll see if it works. We'll see. Oh yeah, the rock covered Heatran, the ultimate Ho-Oh counter. I was like, oh, we can just stall out the Heatran in the late game. It reveals Ancient Power, and I'm like, ah. You know, Ancient Power is probably not as crazy as I thought it was, but I don't think it gets the kill on Charizard, so it still is pretty useless. It still is pretty useless. Okay. Is a Volt Switch weakness policy shenanigan? This looks like a Volt Switch weakness policy shenanigan. So I think I actually taunt. I'll actually protect. Because Volt Switch weakness policy scares me. Now this Max Strike the Rotom to stop any like airstreams. Cause this is probably Volt Switch and you go for like an airstream target into Weezing? No, okay, I was wrong. Oh, Grimmsnarl is dead. Grim is goddamn dead right now. He's absolutely gone. No shot he's living this. No shot. Alright, the little Max Regigigas. Also crazy how the team does better when I'm just leading Regigigas Weezing and not trying to do complicated things. I've learned. Oh ho, protected. Yields. Yields. How sad. How tragic. Yeah, bye Grim. Later Grim. This will look like another win. This will look like another win. Well, 3-0 winning streak after the horrible start. Oh, Rotom. Pause champ. Is he actually gonna do the Volt Switch weakness policy play now? Like, it's about time, bro. Like, come on, do it. Or is he not Scarf? He's probably not Scarf. So he will just die. He will just lose his, little man. Or he protects, I guess. He's probably... Yeah, he isn't Scarf. So Rotom's gone. But yeah, we're the only ones playing Ho-Oh in this house. This is our Ho-Oh house. Oh, poison? Yes, let's go. Simply better. Easiest poison in my life. Look at how Ho-Oh does no damage though. I just want to point that out after having to play Ho-Oh a bit. It did no damage there. He's lefties. He's not even weakness policy. Okay. Well, nice lefties, lol. This gets poisoned, bro. Dialga? No, Lando. Okay. That's fine. I could Hailstorm, but I kind of just want to keep its speed low. But nice lefties, bro. Nice. Oh, yeah, protect. Of course. Of course. But I'm still going to target this Lando every turn, bro. I do not care. We do not care. It's as simple as that. Airstream again, I imagine. Whoa, crazy. Also, so true, so true. I am the better player, I agree. Oh, I'll give Ho-Oh credit, you know, it stayed alive. It is playing for the long game here, bro. He in for the ride, for sure. Slip bomb, ice punch. Yeah, Orlando's dead. He has to protect again. Nope. Now I have this quick buttons on the Ho-Oh until it dies. Which is going to be next turn, by the way. Aw. I was hoping he targeted Weezing just so he just gets no KOs this game. But nope. He targeted the Reggie. You know, I could go into Kyogre here, right? I could. I'm not going into Kyogre here. Nope, no sir. Zekrom's time, boys. Zekrom is out. Never forget, never forget. Later, CJ. Thank y'all for coming out, brother. Thank y'all. Okay. Bolt Strike time. And we never miss Bolt Strike in this house, boys. God. You know, oh, okay. Okay, game. I guess we do miss Bolt Strike in this house, huh? We do, in fact, miss Bolt Strike in this house. No hit Bolt Strike zone. But this time, guys. This time. Wait. Wait. Oh, okay. See, we hit our Bolt Strike. We hit our Bolt Strike. We're good. Oh, you guys can clip it. I don't know. That Bolt Strike hit. 100%. No doubt on me. I see no evidence otherwise. Like, man, isn't Bolt Strike's animation so pretty, bro? It's actually adorable. What great work they did into the Bolt Strike animation. It was so great seeing it again with my boy Zekrom. It was so great. Win this first. So true. Okay, now these. Yeah. Well, yeah, we 3-2 now, boys. 3-0. 3 straight wins, if you think about it. Yo. Yo, Matty McFly. Thank you for the follow. So true, Pokuyo. The Bolt Strike, the little mental damage right there. RK. You may be wondering why I'm hovering like this. Oh, GG, Matty. GG's. I think this game we actually go Weezing Kyogre though. And then with Gigas back. You know, I've regretted every time I did that. I'm just gonna do this. Like, I've regretted it immediately after doing it every single time. I mean, this is probably a torn game though, but I really want Zekrom to win. Yeah, I want Zekrom to win. It's Zekrom's time. Tornadus had his time. This is Zekrom's time. Trasted Dynamax. Yeah, Dynamax is interesting for sure. Lando I kind of hype, yeah. Ah, I would have got away with the Kyogre lead too. Kyogre lead and I get this Water Spout Sludge Bomb turn 1 and it would have worked. God damn it, Nathan. We didn't even bring Torn. We didn't even bring Torn. Let's go to disable Serena. Its usefulness for the rest of this game. It's probably gonna HAK me though, which is a little annoying. But it won't set up a Water Spout kill, so I think I'm fine with doing this anyways. That's the only reason I max, because I think he's this high jump kicking me. I don't want to mess with it. Oh, taunt. Okay, that's annoying. But that means he doesn't get Tailwind if he's not sassed. Oh, he's sassed, right? He's definitely sassed. Yep. I should have figured. Okay. Wait, what mon is this going to be? Zacian? Is this Zacian? Okay, oh, okay. Kyogre. I think this could be a Will-O-Wisp into my Regigigas, but we don't have a play against it, so I'm just gonna Max Strike the Kyogre. To be perfectly honest. Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, we're faster because of the Max Strike. I forgot. Will we? No, I don't think Weezing will be faster, unfortunately. I don't think the Weezing will be faster. And he does have priority Tailwind, so him taunting that turn lost him the game. If Weezing was faster there, then we just hard won, and that would have been hilarious. Well, unfortunately, no. Well, we're still in such a really good spot here. Zacian's in the back, though, with Serena, which is a little annoying. A little annoying. It's probably going to be a Serena max, I guess. I feel like I Sludge Bomb Max Strike still, though. How many turns of taunt can I check? It's 1, right? Yeah, 1. Yeah, I feel like Sludge Bomb Max Strike is still the right play. He's going to Dynamax Serena though. Are we able to stall out Tailwind is the question, I guess. I'm not sure if we can. Yeah, there's the Blade. Is it into Weezing? Oh, Gigas, okay. He's just double Gigas. Which is smart, it is smart. Yeah, Hellstorm, okay. Oh, he didn't double Gigas. Okay. I'm fine with that, bro. Because this means we can just stall out our, we can stall out his Tailwind. Because he didn't take a KO there. And we also do so much damage with that Max Strike. Okay. Whew. poison. Aw. And he set up hail too, though. That's gonna hurt Serena. Wait, whoa. But he probably does max grasses this turn, right? So it doesn't even mean too much anyways. This is a max grass. How many turns? 2? Okay, 2 is perfect. 2 is more than enough. I will this Ice Punch Serena. Just in case he goes for a Behemoth Blade into my Weezing, then Regigigas should be faster than a -1 Serena and Tailwind. Ah, never mind. Unfortunate. This is still really good for us, though. This is still so good. Because Kyogre should just be able to spout and win for the end game. Okay, Hellstorm again. Okay. So guys, this is the game. This is the game. I'm going to show off the Bolt Strike animation. This game, you're going to see the Bolt Strike. Trust. Trust, trust, trust. Nope. Never mind. I've scammed you yet again. Thanks for the hell chip though, brother. Okay. Neutralizing gas is gone. He gets his boost. But for what, brother? He's bringing our Scarf Ogre and we Water Spout and we win, I think. And he had to get up like grassy terrain though. If it will have like grassy glide. That was like the only scenario I think that he wins. Now we the spout. Oh no, I need to change my Kyogre spread. That is really bad. Not being able to KO from this range with a Water Spout. I think am I timid? Oh god, I need to change that Kyogre. That shouldn't be happening. That actually shouldn't be happening. I need a new Kyogre, brother. Oh no. I think I'm timid. But do I have a timid investment? It should be invested. It should be like max match. But then it didn't get the KO there. Hold up. Oh, what the heck? What? Hold the phone. What the heck is that Kyogre? Is it... Pause, champ? Pause. Oh, wrong set. Oh, that's the wrong one. No, it's the wrong one again. Oh yeah, it's at the bottom. I still... Okay, I am timid, but like... That must have been like an insanely low roll still though. Cause like... Hold up, hold up. I'm actually gonna calc that. Wait, what the... Yeah, I am timid. It makes more sense than I thought then. But still, that's depressing. That is very depressing. Cause that was like absurdly a win. That was most definitely a win, man. Okay. I guess today's is the day I realized I've made mistakes with teams, huh? Good to know, good to know. That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous. Well, rip this tournament, huh? Rip. And yet again, I have failed the ZEKROM team by unnatural forces. But USPA is only in like 30 minutes, so we have to drop anyways. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, we're not too far, we're not too far. Okay, we get a weird version of A-Ray's team. He's probably Assault Vest Kyogre though. So I think I just go Regigate's Wheezing into this, like, to be perfectly honest. ZEKROM. I want ZEKROM to win. I go Ogre back. I think that should be the best option. I almost assert we. Okay, there's no other option I can think of. Well, I could always go Torn. Like, Torn's always an option. He could go like Raichu's Zacian, and that would be pretty annoying. That way he can like nuzzle me and do those kind of shenanigans. And I'm not sure how much I like that. Not sure how much I like that. Okay. There's Zacian Raichu. I think he's going to sub, is why I'm doing this play. Oh, actually, no, he sub nuzzles, right? So this play wasn't worth it. Because my Regigigas would be slow. Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, Ares had Helping Hand, yeah. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I forgot Ares ran Helping Hand on that. We still live though. We still lived. It's kind of insane. And this means the Raichu can't kill me. So we trade our Dynamax to kill Zacian, which is an interesting scenario. And we also get a Spadef boost on Wheezing. So now the question is, do I want to let my Regigigas die? I think yeah. I kinda do. I kinda do. Yeah. I think going Regigigas to high is fine. Oh, Binu, okay. Binu. Alright. Here comes the Nuzzle. We'll Nuzzle Vine last play. X-Guard, okay. That crit's actually very huge for him. It may not seem like it is, but that means he probably doesn't have to target my Regigigas with his Venusaur this turn. Which honestly is a pretty big deal, considering how this game's probably going to end. I will Will-O-Wisp Venusaur instead, because I feel like the chip is maybe a little better. But yeah, Nuzzle KOs now. So that Nuzzle crit actually helped him a lot, because he wouldn't have KO'd Regigigas otherwise there. And I would have been forcing a max strike scenario onto the Venusaur. He does Quake, or Shuka though. So we're chilling. I feel like I go Kyogre in this bout though, honestly. And I have Zekrom back to clean up. Or I get this good. Yeah, I go Kyogre first. This bout. This does mean he's just gonna Vine Lash me, but like. Yep. Oh, this is a Helping Hand Quake. That would be crazy. Not a good play though. Oh, he lives. Yeah, that's a Vine Lash. Okay. Now he's gonna lose his G-Max. And we can dual wing beat with Zekrom. Venusaur could be faster, but probably not. If Venusaur is faster though, that's actually a pretty bad scenario. Yeah, we got Zekrom in. We are pretty fast on Zekrom though. If Zekrom can't close this though, I don't know what to do with this Pokemon. That's all I'm saying. We are adamant though. So Nuzzle's wheezing. Now moment of truth. Is Zekrom faster than Venusaur? It is. And it hits. Perfect. Does he even... Oh, he's Koba. Good. No, he's weakness policy. Kill. Please. How did that not kill? What? What? Huh? Are you kidding me, dude? And he doesn't even die to burn? What is that? And this is a max attack Zekrom, by the way. I think that's worth saying. This is a max attack Zekrom, by the way. I know dual wing beat's not strong, but like, it's super effective into a Venusaur, and it did it twice. There's no point switch bombing the way I did, but we lose anyways. Keep this Earth powers. We live? Oh, we do live. Okay. And I keep burning gel. Ooh. Of course. This is not quite over though. This is not quite over. Because if burning jealousy is his only move. It is over, it's over. Vine Lash, I forgot. It's still so trash, though. Wow. That's like unbelievably bad. Not KOing Venu there. Like, is that a real Pokemon thing? That is Paw? Huh? The heck? I think this is official though. The ZEKROM team is in the trash. It's actually in the trash after that one. Like no way, man. There's no way. So how much till the USPA tour? Bum, 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 bum. Okay, okay. I'm checking the bracket now because I don't actually remember the start time. Is that 12 my time or is that like 11? So I'm trying to check that real quick. I'm also calcing. Oh, you got the calc. How did it whip then? That Pinu must have so much bulk, or like the most unlucky person ever. That... Jesus. You know, I said before the tournament in like the Discord that I was changing the Giga Impact. I'm changing the Giga Impact if I ever use this again. Like that's so bad. That's just unusable, dude. The flying stab. What flying stab matters there? Does no damage. I mean, the flying coverage doesn't matter. The flying coverage doesn't matter. I'm just gonna Reggie wheezing again. Yeah, I'll just Reggie wheezing again. Screw ZEKROM. I don't believe in ZEKROM anymore. Every time I try to force it, this doesn't do anything. And after that last game too, where it didn't even get that kill on a non-G-Max Venusaur, this is crazy, dude. That's actually crazy. Yeah, back to checking when USPA starts. 12. Okay, so we have a while now. We have a while. Just protect Quake Dialga, I guess. I think that should be fine. There's a lot of scary plays my opponent could go for though. Like a Max Dragon and an Electro Web with Regieleki would be very annoying. But he isn't maxing the Regieleki at least. So we don't have to worry about that. We do get rid of the transistor damage though, so Regieleki shouldn't be doing any damage. Dialga? Yeah. So he's going for a Max Dragon Electro Web. Max Dragon Electro Web, brother. I always thought that's what he should be doing if he's showing this Dialga Max turn 1. No other play is really worth it. Alright, alright. Yeah, there's the E-Webs. This is going to be a Max Dragon into Reggie. It could be into Weezing too. Max Dragon in the Wheezing is definitely respectable. Oh, it's a Steel Spike. Okay. I'll deal with that. I can deal with that, dude. That's like significantly less damage. Yeah, there's the Life Orb. Of course. Of course, of course. I feel like I Max Strike. It's a little greedy, but... There's going to be an annoying double up into Wheezing. Oh. Huh. Oh, he does have Warm Wind. He just didn't use it turn 1 for whatever reason. Yeah, that's a KO. It's a little annoying. We don't have U-turn on Rillaboom. I always thought it was still AV Rillaboom, and I just got rid of the Zekrom. Or maybe I should change the Zekrom set so the Rillaboom can be AV. That way we can actually, like, use U-turn. I feel like having U-turn here would be, like, so huge. Is the thing. I think I can afford to Grassy Glide Quake. Hopefully. I think, no, he switches out Regieleki and this turn becomes a little unfortunate. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna be faster. Ugh. He's not fine. He's faster? Oh yeah, slow start. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Ugh. That was a bad turn. It was bad. I feel like my brain's going on a slow start when I play this team. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, brother. Alright, we'll try. Torn? No, we need Serena. Yeah, honestly. Okay, that's 1 KO. I wish I had this quick Giga Impact. Though it doesn't matter because Regieleki just comes in and KOs the Kyogre. Oh, yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. There is no redemption for the Zekrom team, I swears. We swears it, dude. Oy vey. At least our revitalization team that we're using for the USPA tour is actually goated. This team not so much. We might live the Thunderbolt, and if we get the Spout on Reggie Lucky and a Giga Impact off, Kyogre, maybe we can do something. Which, I just said a lot of things that... That was a weird play. We're Scarf. We are Scarf Kyogre, man. So we weakened his Water Spout a little bit. I don't know if it will be weakened enough that we win, though. Because he could have, like, so many mons in the back. Ah, he origins. Lame. But we don't die yet. But we die next turn. And we miss. Fitting. It's gonna be Serena, though, right? I was hoping we would at least get a kill there. That would be pretty funny. Oh, it's Serena. That means if I Ice Beam and Giga Impact, we actually won. No, we have too many speed drops. Even if we get it going, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, we're screwed. We were screwed. No amount of hopium can actually save this game, dude. No shot. Oy vey. I don't know, dude. I don't know. What do you guys think would be like good teams around Zekrom? I think Zekrom Kyogre is probably the route, but other than that, it's like what do you even run on Zekrom? For that matter. I feel like Zekrom Torn like this is kinda okay. But like, I don't feel like my Zekrom Torn Rilla Kyogre mode is that good. That's another issue. That is another issue. We'll keep it going though. Even though we're doing like horribly, dude. We're absolutely doing horribly. But yeah, I think the Zekrom Kyogre team is most definitely in the trash. Is most definitely in the trash. It's getting so exposed. And we're playing this stuff again. Let's try this again. We'll try this again. Maybe D-Dance? I don't think Zekrom, even with a D-Dance up, does enough damage though, is my problem. Though I also feel like his support moves are pretty bad too. So maybe D-Dance this is the play because there's no better option. That's could be it. That could be it. I think he's the type to double my Regigigas. But I'm gonna let him. I definitely let it happen. Yeah. I don't think Zekrom doesn't get Tailwind anymore, which is kind of unfortunate. I feel like one of the best ways to Boy, ZEKROM is with more support. More is like a support one, but like it doesn't have the moveset for that anymore. I think the only ZEKROMs that cut back in like 2019 were Tailwind. You know, this doesn't have that. It does still get Helping Hand though. Like, other than that, support moveset's so bad. Oh, Breaking Swipe. Ooh. Maybe like AB bulky Breaking Swipe ZEKROM is good. Yeah, I think I have to modify it for Breaking Swipe. That feels like the niche. It's an AB and using it for its typing. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I think I have an idea now. I think I just change my AB set and make it bulkier for one. I make it bulkier. And then I also give it Breaking Swipe. Because it's not doing damage. It's simply not doing damage. So you might as well have it do like some kind of attack reduction and spreading those. Ooh, didn't kill. That's bad. I thought that would kill. What do I do now? Yeah. He doubles wheezing here. I don't know. I don't feel like Helping Hand really does enough for the... Because still this gets killed, right? Yeah, this is a double up into wheezing. That's why I went for the strike into Zacian and to bring in Kyogre the next turn. Or not. Never mind. Wheezing goated. Wheezing actually goated. Because remember, I striked the turn before. I had already striked. So wheezing this actually was insane. Oh wait, he's not Defiant. I didn't notice. He's running Prankster Thund like that. Ugh. Gross. I think I go Tord. I want Wheezing to be alive so I can have Kyogre in Unpreventable Rain. Yeah, it probably is, because like Dragon Claw's not doing damage to anything anyways. It helps versus Palkia, but like other than that, I think generally almost anything that you would Dragon Claw, you want to use like a Bolt Strike. Though also it could be appealing to get rid of dual wing beats. Yeah, it could be appealing to get rid of dual wing beat. It's okay. Ugh. That's a lot of damage though. Oh yeah, I'm stupid bars. Oh my god. If you didn't realize, I woke up at 5 AM and I'm thinking like it apparently. I keep just forgetting everything about how this team plays for no reason. It's so weird. But yeah, I just Tailwind. And so, I'm trying to set up for this Kyogre to win, but I'm not doing a great job at it. I'm absolutely not doing a great job at it. Yeah, this is not it, dude. I do Protect though, and thank you for the follow, Zeb, by the way. Before I forget. And I did the wrong target too. Oh my god, Nathan. But it's fine, it's fine. I Protect and I let him kill my Reggie, and then I just bring out my Kyogre and hope it works from there. It may not. KO my Regigigas, please. Please. Yo, thank you. I just pulled up the most random playlist in the world. Literally just typed in Pokemon music. And it worked out. I had like no choice in the matter. I was unprepared because I don't know what to do on my capture card. So Groudon's probably gonna come in, right? Good old Groudon. We still this water spout though, and we have to hope it kills Zacian. Unfortunately, we're Timid Scarf, so it may not. It may not, just because we're Timid Scarf. Yo, so true, so true. Who doesn't like bars? But yeah, water spout, and we go for a tailwind, and Groudon comes in. Zacian could live, but otherwise we just go for this. We just go for it. Yeah. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Okay. Groudon. No, he doesn't go Groudon yet. Okay. And now I switch out Kyogre and I sack my... Wait, can I actually? Wait, can I actually though? Like... No, Zacian can sub. Ugh. Groudon, yeah. Zacian can sub. But I think I just have to risk it anyways, and I have to sack Weezing. I just have to sack Weezing. He can sub if he wants, I guess. Yeah, I'll do it. I could have also spout Hurricaned. I could have spout Hurricaned. And it's gone for Hurricane misses and like... But you could also just Rock Slide here, right? So it's not really worth it. This Kyogre will KO. I have predicted it. Oh, Ambro prediction. Zacian switch, it's fine. Inu? Okay, kill the goddamn Weezing, please. If you kill Weezing, I'm good. Hit. Hit. Yes, okay. That's good, that's good. Alright. We have the positioning, but does he have Protect on Venusaur? That's like the only question. There's no way though. I'm not gonna respect it. There's like zero way I respect that. Yeah, we have 2 turns of Tailwind anyways too. I'm not respecting a Protect Venu. We just Spout and we Hurricane. Please don't Protect, I swear, dude. Come on. The Zekrom team is making me struggle. Giving me a little bit of redemption. Please. Please. Oh god, he's thinking. That might be a good thing though, because I think if you have Protect, you just Protect, go Zacian, and it's chill. It's chill. Because then you're just going for the Hurricane miss, right? But since he's thinking, he's trying to figure out how he can maneuver without having Protect. So, there's nothing. There's actually nothing. Because Zacian's going to get killed by Water Spout, and then we're going to Hurricane off into the Venu. That's just too much damage. And Ambro predictions are still never wrong. He has guessed every crit right, and then he guessed the Kyogre KOing right. It's insane. Even though it involved me switching out my Kyogre first, but you know, yeah. But even in the sun, I think this is still good for us. I think it's still good. He's definitely going for Hurricane misses. The question is, does 2 Icy Winds pick up Groudon from a single target Icy Wind, or do I need a Hurricane? And I feel like I'm just going to Icy Wind anyways, because if he goes for like a Rock Slide or something, the chip is still valuable anyways. And then we'll also have another water spout on the next turn, provided he doesn't crit oppressive blades. So is this better than Icy Wind all the time? Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Icy Wind KOs here with the 2. Oh, Citrus Berry. Never mind. Never mind. But I still can this Icy Wind. It was the right play. It was definitely the right play. But yeah, single target Icy Wind. Puts him back to that health again. We get another spout off the next turn. I think the next Icy Wind should KO. Oh, unless he Rock Slides. That's fair. That's fair. Is this spout range? I think it might be. It's close. It is close. Because we only did like barely above 50 with spout at full HP. So it might just barely... No, it's going to be range. It's going to be range. Kyogre's KOing. Ambrose said it earlier. This was the turn he was predicting. Yeah, it KOs. Easy, brother. Easy. I'm surprised he didn't go for a Blades crit. I thought that was like the best scenario. Well, I guess a Rock Slide crit still wins you the game. Now that I think about it. So that was the better play. Well, you still have to hit your next Blades, of course, but that still applies. You have to click Rock Slide to kill the Torn, so... Rock Slide was the right play. It was the right play. And now we're 4-5 with this dumb Zekrom team, boys. You'll love to see it. The Zekrom gang. Little Zekrom outing right here. And this is an hour and 20 minutes till the USPA Tour Top Cut, where we bring out our Revitalization team once again. Once again. That should be pretty fun. Honestly though, this playlist is so good. I might just play it all over again. This playlist again. Let's loop it a bit. It's only 2 hours and 30 minutes though. This is genuinely pretty good. It's probably my favorite one that I've found, to be honest. Oh. Yeah. I will this Wheezing Gigas again though. I feel like this is the move. And then like Kyogre back. Villa back too for Blastoise and Regieleki shenanigans. It's either that or Torn. Torn back's also pretty good for Tailwind. Looking at this boost for Spout and stuff. And it's also like E-Web scenarios, but like I think Rilla's probably better. For the glide damage on Cali, Regieleki, and Blastoise. We also get Protect. It's interesting. But yeah, I think the thing I need to look into is how to make Zekrom like a bulky like Citrus Berry Zekrom spread. Sounds kind of rad. And then we go like AV Rillaboom. Isn't he streaming? If it is, then yeah. I'm pretty sure he's streaming, right? Got it. Later, bars. Thank you. I need to find another playlist that's as good as this, though. It's like, oh, this is kind of nice. It has all of the standard like Mewmore Glitcha City songs that I was going to listen to anyways on this channel. It's just in one place, so it makes it a lot easier. Though I should start like putting together a playlist of this like some of the Mewmore Glitcha City stuff, because they're so good. It's so good. It's insane. Okay, that's fine. Transistor is gone, of course. Transistor is gone. I feel like Silver subs though, right? Silver totally subs. Silver Brim will sub. Oh wait, I almost selected my button. Oops. Okay. Yeah, he'll sub. But I think I'll let him sub. We're a nice guy around here, you know? We'll allow the subs. Easy sub allowance here. Yep. Oh, he protected. This is better. That's a lot better for us. Any E-webs too? I'm fine with that, brother. Because now he's going to lose his Reggie Lucky. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. There's the sash, but we sludge bomb. We just straight up sludge bomb, brother. This actually played, bro. I'm surprised he didn't sub though. That was a free sub. Does he not have sub? Is he player off or something? He could just be 3 attacks. That would be kind of fair. Oh, Cowie. Perfect. 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 The Max Darkness tech is finally coming through. It's finally coming through, brother. Man, I like this playlist so much. What the... This song especially, though. The Silage City remix? Yo, that's kind of popping. That's actually popping. Yes, let's go. Actually, no, does the Behemoth Blade kill? That would be so sad. That would actually be so sad. It kills, doesn't it? Oh. It's killing. It's so killing. This is so tragic, dude. That's so tragic. Oh. Oh. That was a smart Max Ghost. That was a really smart Max Ghost. Oh. Well. Problem is we don't KO Zacian with Spout. So this is a loss now. Yeah, I really don't know. This team's not too good. This is the... 2 restricted feels like too powerful for Reggie Weezing. Am I crazy when I say that? I feel like a lot of games, if it was just 1 restricted, then I kinda can win. But I don't know how I can manage around 2 is the thing with this team. Doesn't kill, yeah. But yeah, we for sure need to be AB Rilla again. And change ZEKROM to like a bulky citrus berry with like breaking slides. That's probably the change for the team. But yeah, that's so sad. This team is just so not it. Miss? Okay. Well, I was supposed to be modest for what it's worth, and modest would have probably have killed that Zacian. So you know, our mistake got rewarded. Let's go. Our mistake got rewarded. You'll love to see it. He still probably wins though, to be fair. Okay, if he has instant in the back or something, I can't do anything about that. I absolutely can't do anything about that. Or Blastoise with Fake Out or something. Any of those ruined me. Like, any of those has absolutely ruined me right now. So he just has all the scenarios in the world, dude. Wait, does he not have instant? This looks like a I don't have. Okay, he max guards. Yeah, he has instant. I was surprised it took so long because all you need to do is this Saxation, bring an instant, and these win. I can't really do anything about it. Because I'm Scarf. And he knows I'm Scarf. Instant? But if he's instant, why? Oh, that's why. Because he isn't. I was wondering, like, why is it taking him so long if he's just instant? He just wins. But no, he's Grim. So yeah, we do win because of that play rough miss. We do win because of the play rough miss. But it doesn't feel too good to beat Silver Room like that, especially because like I know this team is like objectively the worst team in this scenario. But you know, we'll take it. We'll take it. It's taking a bit. Protect doesn't save you, but yeah. Tilter. That's a tilter. I think we're back to even though with this bad team. I think we're back to 500. Or am I wrong? Am I wrong? Oh, I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Yeah, we're back to 500. We're back to 500, dude. 5 for 5 with this garbage team. You'll love to see it. The most average performance on the market. Oh, Seismitoad. Okay. Boom is huge, for sure. I'm just gonna keep going Regigigas Wheezing because I've given up on this team. It'll work for me. Normally I would go Zekrom into this, but I see a Seismitoad and I got nervous. The Seismitoad did make me a little nervous. And also I think my Zekrom spread is kind of bad, so I'm not bringing it. But yeah, we probably have time for like 2 more games before we get into like USPA stuff. It's because codes are searchable now. And Seismitoad's just a Swift Swimmer with ground moves. And it adds a little more variety out Kyogre plays. It also has Power Whip. It also warns Power Whip. I'll not forget that again though. After getting my goddamn Gastrodon Power Whip. Alright, Instant Venu. I'm gonna taunt the instant. I think he could be Sass Venu though. With Sass Venu and either Sweet Powder's turn 1, I'm gonna cry, but I think I still have to risk it anyways, because if he just goes for Vine Lashes and be annoying like that, I still don't like it. I taunted the instant because I don't want to deal with a parting shot. Bum bum bum. Okay, that's good. Venu max. I am more than fine with Venu max. That means I just get my max strike off and I can get a taunt. But that's just a perfect scenario, brother. That is a perfect scenario. Yeah, fake out. Okay. Is this a Vine Lash, right? Oh, Quake. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Now the question is, who do I want to kill? Do I kill Instant or do I kill Venu this turn? There's merit to killing either, so... Like, obviously I can stop a Vine Lash, but the thing with going to Venu is there's a chance that they max guard here. And that chance is very real. Very real indeed. And then if I go into Instant, then there's a chance that Venu just Vine Lashes. But I think I'm gonna Quake the Instant. Oh, he's Shuko, right? I'll strike. Screw it. I'll strike. I'll strike protect. I'll allow the Vine Lash to go off. No, he didn't max guard. Okay. Then I should have strike taunted. Oh, he did. I forgot the max strike makes me faster. I forgot about that for a second. But yeah, this should kill. Later. Now we're in such a good position. And we can easily just stop the Venu from getting a Vine Lash off too. We can easily stop a Vine Lash here. Probably Regieleki to kill Weezing. Or try to. Or that's probably the only faster mana in his team. But I don't think Regieleki will even kill Weezing at this point. Oh, he goes Kyogre. Is he Scar? I guess that's the great mystery right now. Is he Scarf Kyogre? Either way, though, I think I strike again. And I think I can just double protect, right? The thing is, Venu's so low value now. Yeah, I'll strike protect anyways, though. I'll respect him being Scarf. I'll respect it. Yo, Aldrich. Good morning, brother. Good morning. We still got an hour till the USPA Tour Top Cut. We're just playing a Nino Tour with this silly goddamn ZEKROM team. And we're 5-5 with it, of course. We're the most average with this team. We're the most average players in the market. Okay, there's a water spout. Ooh. Oh, he crit too. Ooh. Boo. Unbelievable. And we do have Kyogre in the back, so it's not like all done with this game. But he's probably Regieleki though. Yveltal. Ew. Yveltal is not what I wanted to see. Oh, you didn't have the will to play? F. F. I've honestly been feeling pretty good, so I don't mind playing. It was gonna feel pretty weird streaming, and I'm just looking at the Colts game the whole time. That's how the USPA Top Cut's gonna go, by the way. Go Colts, baby. I don't care if we're playing the Jags. Oh, I'm not winning this tournament. I have to forfeit at the end. And we already start off so AoE with our ZEKROM. So there's no way. I'm considering my options here. I think I take out ZEKROM. I mean Yveltal. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And ladder tours are kind of chill. I don't like try-harding ladder tours though, I'll say that much. It just doesn't feel fun. As you can see by my ZEKROM play, this is more fun to me. Even though we're like 5-5 and barely average, this is so much more fun. By that I mean we're 6-5 and barely average. Yeah, he doubles, doesn't work. We just glide to win. We had Protect, Rillaboom too. So if he read us, we could have just protected the next turn. So we had like all the advantages in that scenario, and I don't think O-Wing kills. Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, he crit me. Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, what? How did that O-Wing kill? But yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, we Giga him back. That should put him back in Water Spout range, even through like a Sucker Punch play. And Regigigas should get itself going soon, so he really doesn't have the turns anymore. I could also Thunder. How many turns of Rain? Just in case he doesn't have Protect, but like I'll check anyways. Yeah, we Thunder. And we Thunder. And this should kill. Oh, barely not. Okay. Spout was the play then. I just wanted to end the game there in case of a Sucker Punch, you know? That's literally the only reason I did that. Because he could Sucker Punch and then stop me from winning right now. So I thought, Thunder has a chance to win me right now, so that's why I did it. Well, Water Spout was probably the better play. Just in case he goes for like Snarls and stuff like that, but it doesn't really matter regardless, because he's AV. It does. I should have Ice Punch though, to be fair, but it still doesn't matter. Nice crit, nerd. Yeah, CCC, it didn't matter. Didn't matter. Didn't matter even a little bit. So we're 6-5 now. This is remarkably average, dude. Oh, this again. Ah. Oh. Oh no. Jeez. I will Regigigas wheezing him again. I mean, I don't think I have a better option, to be honest. This kind of stuff is really annoying. Does ZEKROM. Oh, this matchup's not great. Yo, Blub, good morning to ya, good morning. Thank you for the follow, Casil. Oh boy. I think I said that right. Okay, yeah, it's Dialga Regieleki, of course. Oi, oi, oi. This matchup's so bad. It's like actually so bad. We're probably screwed. We're so screwed. Oh no. Oh no, no. I'm supposed to be the only one maxing Dialga turn 1. What is this? What is this? Yeah, he's just gonna be Life Orb Dialga, and he's gonna Electro Web me with Regieleki, and then I'm just like, ah, nuts. This is screwed. This is screwed. Yeah, that's basically the scenario. And is this Max Dragon or... Yeah, no, he Steel Spikes again. I don't know why he keeps Steel Spiking it like this. Oh, it kills anyways. It kills anyways. But I was saying you could just always Max Dragon here for more damage. But yeah, it really doesn't matter. He's just screwed. This matchup is just incredibly bad. Incredibly bad. We like legitimately need to crit Dialga turn 1 with Max Quake in order to win. I feel like that's what I should do every game I play into this. Oh, it's going well fast 5. We just playing a little casual Nino Tor laddering, and we're using this godforsaken Zekrom team again. But after that, we're going to be playing in the top cut of the USPA Tour, and maybe even a little bit of Metronome, maybe. Like, I've wanted to play Metronome, but I just ended up playing 2 tours on a whim yesterday, so I was like, not enough time for Metronome, not enough time. But if we do have the time, we will play Metronome. We will play Metronome. It will be after I flame out on Top Cut, though. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, well, it's 11:06. We still have time. I was kind of curious, because the tournament that I'm playing in starts in like 50 minutes from now. Which, if you want to look at what that tournament is, you just a little exclamation point bracket. You get a little top cut. A little top cut action. But yeah, how are you doing, Mr. Fast 5? How you doing? I don't know if I asked. Well, we're 32, bro. We're top... There was 100 people in this tournament, you know? We're in the top half, if you think about it. Zekrom's not that bad, right, guys? Zekrom's not that bad. I'm actually gonna try this. Come on, guys. Yeah. Oh wait, I should probably... Oh, we're playing Nino. Okay. We're playing old Nino. Alright, alright. I'm not sure what I should do into him, though. I feel like I have this wheezing gig. It's what my brain is telling me to do. But my gamer sense wants me to Zekrom him. I'm gonna be honest. My gamer sense does want me to Zekrom him. I really do want to Zekrom him. Like, pretty bad. I won't. I'll Kyogre turn Torn back. Yeah, sure. Sag. Sag. Man. Oh, Torn Venu. Okay. Is this Sleep Powder angle? Is that what he's doing to me? This turn 1? This feels like he's going for a turn 1 Sweet Powder and a Tailwind. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. What do I want to do against that, though? What do I want to do against that? Can you Tailwinds, he Sweet Powders, right? That's like absurd, for sure. Tailwind, Sweet Powder is what I'm assuming here. So I think I go into Torn. Actually, I'm just gonna let the Sweet Powder go off into Regigigas and go for an Ice Punch. Venusaur. Yeah, tail and sweet powder. Yep. Yep. Thank you for the follow, Fast 5. Okay. He did get it. Yeah, there's a reason we didn't max there. Oh. Okay, what do we think he's gonna do now, though? What do we think he's gonna do now? Does he Dynamax? Straight up? Hey, actually, did he Dynamax? I feel like he does Dynamax here. But do I Dynamax is the question, I think. Because I could get greedy, right? I could definitely get greedy. I'm not going to Dynamax. I'm not. I'll just Ice Punch again. This could be bad if he Vine Lashes, though. It will take so much damage. But I think we can, like, stall him out slowly, right? If we can stall him out slowly, this is fine. No Dynamax, no Dynamax? Yes! Okay, that's perfect. I'm so happy with that. That's actually so good. Yo, Quiver, how you doing? But this allowed me to take through a sweep turn. And Tailwind's not going to be up for too much longer either. If we wake up here, this is huge. Come on. It wasn't meant to be. That was almost so huge. Okay, what do we do now? Oh, he went for a Earth Power, right? So it's like... He went for an Earth Power. Like, does he Vine Lash now? Like, surely, right? Surely he Vine Lash now. I think I'm gonna Willow, and I'm going to Quake the Venusaur. I feel like he's gonna read me, try to go for some stinky read. So I'm just gonna max. If we get a 3-turn sweep, I'm gonna cry, but like, no way. It's been 2 turns. There's no way our sleep lasts this long, right? There's no way. I don't believe it. And also this means the Torn's gonna do like no damage. It's pretty weird though. He could have just Dynamaxed on me. I just let him Dynamax on me too, and he just didn't. He just straight up didn't. Oh, he's going for the Venu kill. I mean the Weezing kill. Oh, he isn't. He's Sweet Powdered. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, we Quake, we get rid of the Venu. We timed that perfectly though. We predicted the exact turn that we get through the sweep for the Dynamax. That's what player skill is. That is pure player skill. Like, that's actual... I just had it in the brains right there, dude. Just had it in the brains. It is interesting that he hasn't Dynamaxed, though. I really don't get why he's not Dynamaxing. Like, that just feels so... much that I want... That feels like such a Dynamax position, right? Right. Okay. I'm just gonna Willow the Urshifu. I'm just gonna strike the Torn. I feel like that's the move. He's probably gonna max Torn, I guess, but I don't really mind. It's probably gonna be Choice Banded though. It's probably Choice Band. Yo, Quiver with the sub, huge. The GOAT, the legend, Zion. Oh yeah, Quiver, are you in the Discord by the way? I forget. Because if you're not, you can just have all my teams. Straight up, this is in the Discord. This is the main benefit of subbing. Just join the Discord, you get all my teams. Every single one of them. I should pay attention to the game. Oh, he maxes Ursh. Oh, that's good for me though. Like, that's not good for him, that's good for me. Like, actually, this is so good for me. And he Icy went. That means he has to target Weezing, right? What? Okay, that's so good. So good. Oh, 1 blow. And a Weezing? Sure. I'll take it. We get a max strike off and we can tailwind. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Bye-bye, Torn. I'm in so many Discords. Ah. But yeah, this is the main benefit of selling here. You just get all my teams. So it's probably worth it, I think. Maybe. It might be. And you get my revitalization team. Honestly, you could just get in there, yoink my teams, and just leave. That would be fair, too. That would be a very fair play. Do I go Torn. I go Torn. You go Torn. I'll go Torn. Yeah. I think this is right. What do you think Zacian's gonna do, though? I'm really surprised he maxed Ursh, though. I feel like that was the wrong max. I feel like you either maxed Venu in the early game, but in that position, you should be maxing... You should be maxing your Torn, right? You should be maxing your Torn. So now I think we just Tailwind, and we... strike for damage on the... in Darkness, actually. In the Spout. Yeah, we even set up a Darkness in the Spout for game now. So now we're just playing for damage. And Quake. Yeah, I think that's better. I think it's better. This could we get more damage off this way. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Brings us to our Sass. If we hit this Hurricane, we auto-win. So Hurricane hit. Of course not. Too good to be true. That was the wrong target by Nino, though. I do think that was the wrong target. So now we get the Quake off. Huge. Big damage. No whammies. What would you do, though, Mr. Nino? What would you do in this position? You just attack again. 'Cause I can Tailwind and I can... I can Tailwind Giga Impact. I think Giga Impact might put me in Water Spout KO range. I mean, put him in Water Spout KO range is what I mean. So I'm Tailwinding. And he should respect the Hurricane, right? Say, oh, into Torn. Perfect. Okay, hit. For the love of God, hit. I actually need this to hit now, dude. Oh, we're slower. We're still slower. Oh. Well, I misplayed. We need the Hurricane to hit then, yeah. And I can Origin Pulse, but now I can't do that. He's just going to Sucker. Oh, man. Actually, Sucker probably outright KOs me here, right? So yeah, the Ursh actually wins with the max. And this team is dog. This team is so dog. Ah! We can't win with this. We can't. Honestly, maybe it's an accomplishment to be 500, but GG's Nino, though. I want to play Nino with a real team again, though. That would be so much more fun. I feel like the matches I lose to Nino are when I'm using this jank. But by the way, we should actually do a little shout out for Nino, because they're the ones hosting this tournament, and without them, none of this would have even been possible, you know? None of it would have even been possible. But yeah, we Origin Pulse. No other option. He's probably banned, though, knowing Nino. It's probably this banned. So we do lose. We do lose. He just suckers, right? He just quick sucker. Yeah. Sucker, win, easy. There we go. GG's, GG's. Woo. I actually might take a breather while we wait for the tournament, though. I might take a breather. Dun, dun, dun. dun, 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 dun. Oh, I got added. Wait, hold up. We're gonna actually watch a USPA game. I mean, not a USPA game. The Zoroas, or my Smoke on VGC PL team. We're gonna watch that. As we wait. Yeah, 1 second. One second, guys. The game just started, but let's do a little transition, and it's going to be a pretty interesting game, actually. Pretty interesting. We get Jin, Fear Eye, the Zui Zoras. This is a game for 2-3. We're playing for a draw. This game, we're playing for a draw. Actually, I wanted. Oh, they're all private. Ugh. This makes it a little harder. That makes that a little bit harder. One sec. And it's also versus Justified Joe. So Jin versus Justified Joe. Dang it. Where'd you go? But. Where's game 3? There we go. That was scuffed. But yeah. One sec. Abba. And obviously, Buzzdified Joe is Justified Joe, and then Jin Fear Eye is Rayquaza Noodles. As you know. You remove. Oh. Oh, the Spirit Break into Ursh. He just maxes Thun turn 1. The Hypnosis does go off though. So now the Kyogre can just like Water Spout here. Grimmsnarl is probably just going to Spirit Break Kyogre though, but this Thund, if it gets in our sweep turn, is just going to die. So basically the game is just decide here. Does Thund get in our sleep turn? If Thund does not get a sleep turn here, it's not going to work out for Jin. It is not going to work out. But if it does, the Helping Hand, and he gets the Water Spout. And the Grimmsnarl went for a Light Screen too, which is pretty fair, but Spirit Break has the same effect, and you are faster, so you might as well take advantage of it. Though now you can still do Spirit Break, right? You can still do Spirit Break. I imagine Charizard is the Backmon or Kartana. So seeing Gastrodon here is not necessarily good for Justified Joe, because I think if you're Jin, you're just thinking, oh, my grass, I have a Mon with a grass move in the back, so I'm good. So it's either there's going to be a Gmax Charizard, the Queen of the game, or a Kartana. Though the interesting thing, if it is Kartana, then Zacian, of course, becomes a lot more problematic. And if it's Charizard, you do have to take a water attack from that Gastrodon in the rain. So it's not completely a clean sweep, but still, it's a little even. But this depends on calcs here. And also, the Gothitelle can just quick Hypnosis. So you can just Hypnosis, and you can just go for an attack in the Grimmsnarl. Though this also could be a Specs or a Scarf locked Kyogre. In that case, you just switch. Because Gastrodon is locked in here. The Gastrodon cannot get out. So it's going to be interesting to see what Joe even wants to target. Do you want to target the Goth to break the trap and allow your... Well, this will allow your a little more flexibility. Maybe to switch out Gastrodon. But then, if you're going for that, then Kyogre is just going to kill your Grim and you can't switch anyways. So it's just going to be a scenario of this firing off Hypnosis is really... And I don't think Joe can really stop that. The Spirit Break shouldn't be able to KO the Gothitelle either. So this is a little unfortunate here. A little unfortunate for Mr. Jin. I mean, for Mr. Joe. We'll see. He switched out on the Kartana, as I said, and now this is going to be a Hypnosis, but he got the T-Wave off. So this is still a okay position, though, because Kartana, this kills Gastrodon straight up, and you can just fire off another Hypnosis in the Grim. But this does make Jin think, should he have just stayed in and killed the Grimmsnarl to prevent a T-Wave? Or will the T-Wave backfire? because he did decide ultimately to allow the T-Wave to go off into the Kartana. And now it's just going to be a game. Does he get para? Does the Gastrodon wake up? Both of those need to happen for Justified Joe to have another scenario to get back into this game. And it's all coming down to this turn, really. He goes for the Dynamax straight up here. The Reflect is there, but it doesn't really make a difference. And there's the para, and there's the Wake Up. Earth Power goes in the Gothitelle, and it gets a critical hit. Ooh. That's actually very huge, because now Grimmsnarl is still alive, and it can just Spirit Break Kyogre, and if Zacian's in the back, ooh, Kartana does not want to deal with that Zacian, that's for sure. Especially when it's para'd and with screens up. So really, if you're Joe, all you need to do is just isolate the Kyogre and make sure it dies. And then, if you're Jin, you just have to hope the Backmon is not able to just win the game for him. But I honestly feel like Joe's all of a sudden off of that para and that turn 1 wake up, this has the advantage now. Getting that crit on Gothitelle as well, so he couldn't even reset. Yeah, there's the Origin Pulse. Alright, alright. How much does this do? Does a 40%, a respectable 40%. But this should be Zacian. This should be Zacian. And there it is. There's the Zacian. So there's probably going to be an Origin Pulse again. It's probably going to be an Origin Pulse again. Maybe even a double target it into Zacian. So Joe has another interesting scenario. Does he think a double target comes in the Zacian? Because if you do, you can kind of just protect. And go for an EP. Yeah, or sub. Yeah, sub is good too. And he goes for a max overgrowth. So unfortunately, that is not really the scenario Justified Joe really probably wants here. Because the Kyogre is now free to this quick Origin Pulse, and it's going to be single target. So it really depends if Grassy Terrain can get it out of range of a single target Origin Pulse. Which it might, because you see, it only did 36% off of that Origin Pulse into Zacian. And it does hit again. Sacred Sword, not into the Kartana, but the Kartana is para'd. Kartana is para'd. I do believe Zacian will be able to live this Origin Pulse, though, so I think it will come down to if Kartana is para'd again, and if the Origin Pulse hits. Yeah, it lives. Does Kartana get para'd for the 3rd time? No, it does not. Jin Furai has won the game, and this is game 1, and going on to game 2. Interesting scenario to not choose to KO the Kartana, for sure. And not even protecting for the extra Grassy Terrain turns. So there's a little bit to think about if you're Justified Joe and how you played out that endgame, especially considering you did kind of get the luck that you wanted. You did kind of get the luck that you wanted. Though I am pretty curious myself why the Gastro didn't go for like a... And also the Kartana, he could have Sacred Sword, right? On the sub turn? No, it was still max overgrowth, yeah. This might be. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Crode Rodriguez. We're just watching Justified Joe and Jin Furai facing off for the little Smogon VGC PL as I wait for my game in USPA. Which honestly, I think if you're Jin, you're fine with the scenario that you were put in there. And if you're Justified Joe, it's like, he's just gonna quick Hypnosis on me every single turn. I can't really do too much about it. So I think it's just going to be a similar scenario. Maybe Lando tries to make a play because he's probably like Lum Lando and he goes for like an Airstream or something to try and like liven up the team. Because even though there's a Kyogre there, the rest of the team is very Lando weak. So if Lando can actually start getting off Airstreams, that can create some scenarios that are pretty nasty for Jin to deal with. And I also going to switch sides here first. And it also means he doesn't have to worry about a Hypnosis with a Lum Lando, right? So that's pretty helpful, So I can close this. Oh, sorry, can we run private the rooms? Sure. Bum. Jin's sweaty cheeks. Oh. Name from Moist, man. This is renamed to another alt. Kinda crazy. But big shout outs to Jin's sweaty cheeks right there. Big shout out. I'm actually a huge fan. Let's see here. They're certainly thinking about it. Swas Public Room. I think that's right. Huge. This is figuring out the public room settings. An interesting battle is going on right here. An interesting battle. And of course, it's worth noticing that Jin is also on my team and he's the bottom player. So I am, of course, rooting for Jin, and we are a little biased with our attempted commentary here. Our attempted commentary. We'll see. They are taking their time here. Devising their calcs, thinking their plans. How do I hit Hypnosis? The formula is in Jin's head right now. He now has Hypnosis on lock with that time spent. Justified Joe, this took too much time there. That Jin will always hit his Hypnosis on this turn 1. He will always hit his Hypnosis on this turn 1. And this is the same kind of leads again. Nothing too crazy, nothing too crazy. Going right back at it. Ooh. Oh, he would have hit the Hypnosis, but he disabled it for the para. Clever, clever. A very crafty maneuver by Justified Joe. Knowing that the Gothitelle would, of course, hit its Hypnosis, he goes for the Thunder Wave, gets the para to prevent that Hypnosis hit, and Spore has been disabled. And now all of a sudden, this position is so good for Justified Joe. You just have your Thunders, you're Dynamaxed. You can kind of just start to blow through this team. Get through the Kartana, get through the... But that was the Kartana Dynamax, but he's just going to get Thunder Waved again. Oh, he Airstreamed the Gothitelle. I'm not sure I agree with that, because if he doesn't get... Ooh. An Airstream for the Kartana as well, interesting enough. And he gets the Hypnosis now. As you can see there, he always had that Hypnosis hit completely on lock right there. He had it on lock. And yeah, now... It is a little questionable, though, because he could have the Steel Spike, right, to prevent a Reflect going up, or any other screen. And now I think Gothitelle, though, I think you just hard switch your Gothitelle and the Kyogre, straight up. And you go for the sleep. You just hope he sleeps again, and then you Water Spout. It's like no regret. Just straight up, straight up. And you Steel Spike the Grim this turn. You Steel Spike the Grim. Or you can Helping Hand Steel Spike to kill it through Reflect. That might be better. He is most definitely reflecting here. This is the guarantee his Grim lives the turn. So I think, yeah, you just Helping Hand, Steel Spike. It still is so bad, though, because the minute Thun wakes up, this game feels kind of over. Because he just has too many speed boosts at this point. So this kind of disables a lot of what Jin can do here. Reflect. Para. Ooh. Yeah, that's just an FF right there. This is a quirky little forfeit. Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately. It's another old double para. The para odds have been insane though, and the Hypnosis odds. It's been like one insane set from an RNG standpoint. That is for sure, that's for sure. Yeah, it's still asleep. The Spirit Break comes out. Steel Spike. Yep. Aw. He could have used that a turn ago, though. Because now I feel like this is a turn late, you know? This is a turn late. Because Thunder is free. Brutalization goes for a Sacred Sword on the Kartana. Kartana's is going to die. And actually, Gothitelle can Ally Switch here. This is definitely the turn you Ally Switch if you have it. So, does he have it? Does he have the Ally Switch, and will he use it? Here. I feel like this is most definitely it. But there's no better turn to this Ally Switch. Especially because you haven't revealed it yet this game. And this, like, one big attack into Thundurus could change the tide. Oh, Helping Hand. Sacred Sword will KO, I believe. Sacred Sword will KO, I think. Subs. Smart. Yeah, it doesn't even get the KO. So now Kyogre comes in, but Thundurus is going to Wild Charge, and Zacian's behind his sub and can quick Sacred Sword into that Kartana, and this is going to Game 3 right here. It's going to Game 3. Helping. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way you win at this point, unfortunately. So I think Jin is just using his time to think about how he can adjust to this Game 3. But I'm honestly superpower. Hold. No, okay. He has Gastro back. That's why he did that. Yep. Okay. I was like, wait, why wouldn't you this Wild Charge? You can Sacred Sword, you're good, you're good. That makes sense. That completely explains that play. Because if he was like EV'd for a Sacred Sword lift, then you can just like get the KO. And Gastrodon just beats the Scarf Kyogre in the back. So now, on to Game 3. Game 3. The interesting thing though is, seeing that was Grim Thund, I think you can kind of go Kartana Gothitelle as the lead with Kyogre back. And maybe Regieleki so you don't have to worry about... Or Charizard even. Or Ursh. I just listed the whole team. But I think there's merit for like most of them. Charizard you have to Dynamax to gain any value out of it, so I don't think you go that. I think you go Cart Goth though. Cart Goth is the lead. Yes, perfect. Because now you can Steel Spike the Grim. As we saw earlier, Kartana does KO Grim through Reflect. And that is absolutely insane for Jin here. That is so insane. And then Kyogre can come in the back and we good. So I think you just Skill Spike, you Hypnosis Thund. Safe is safe. And then you can have Kyogre in the back. And maybe Regieleki, so the Thund can't... You have an out for if the Thund gets too many, like... Airstreams up. You can just E-Web it. Yeah, it is Series 11, Trey. Unfortunately. I think we switch over, right? For Smogon VGCPL? I hope we do. I haven't been paying least attention. All I know is I'm playing 27 next week, and I need to remember how to play the format. It should be fun. It should be fun. But yeah, he maxes. Yeah, and it's max. Fake out. It's okay. It prevents the T-Wave, but like I think you Hypnosis. Because you see that Airstream damage? This is so much. And now Thund is just going to quicken our Airstream again. Like, what is stopping Thund from this Airstreaming it up, baby? Or I guess you could Ally Switch. Ally Switch is yet again the scenario. Because Thund does get the KO on Gothitelle is the thing. So it is most regrettable. Because, like, even though you don't want to deal with the T-Wave stuff, by not dealing with the T-Wave stuff, you don't have your chance for your Hypnosis onto Thund. And getting the Hypnosis onto Thund is so important for this lead scenario. There's any way you can stop this Thund for getting the Speed Boost. Any way. But now the Zacian's getting the Speed Boost as well, which is insanely bad. Though, there's another thing. Is this Max Strike Kartana? If he's like Max Giga Impact, then I don't actually mind the play he made, right? Because if he can Max Strike the Thund, he can go into Regieleki, and then he can still E-Webs, and then he can just go for the speed advantage. But if he doesn't have Regieleki, and if he doesn't have Giga Impact, I think that going for the Fake Out and the Steel Spike, even though it stops the T-Wave, was just not worth it. This wasn't worth it. Because now you're not getting your Hypnosis anymore. But does he have it? Does he have a Max Strike? He needs it. He really needs it. No, it wasn't. But for... yeah. That's unfortunate. Did he have... No. Not even Regieleki can save this anymore. There's too many boosts. I think I'm going to ask Jin after this set, though, if he had Max Strike. If you could just Max Strike Thund here, and you go into Regieleki and you E-Webs, this game is pretty good for you. It is pretty decent. But you can't complain. Of course, Zacian will still hurt, but like... You KO Thund, and then Gastro, and you can just like Water Spout and stuff. You can break his sub with your E-Webs, and you still have Cart to take care of Gastrodon for a little more. At least that's what I think would have happened. It might have been a lot closer than that, because there's still a lot of plays Justified Joe could have made. But of course, that's just like the best option to disable that Thunderous is a threat, I believe. Ursh. So he had Ursh. Let's not... I want to save this, because Ursh is going to get doubled up here, right? Actually, no, I think he's just choice banned Ursh, so it's even worse. This could be a sub by Zacian, too. So I think you Sucker Punch, and you go for a Max Strike if you have it. Thund to Thund. But unfortunately, unlike the other turn, I don't think it saves you here, because the Zacian can just sub, and Zacian's just chilling. Or it could even Sacred Sword you and just be like, yeah, I'm fine, I just win. There's too many really good scenarios right here for Justified Joe, so I don't really see the chance of this winning this game anymore. And also, only 20 minutes to USPA. It's 20 minutes. Come on, Jin, close it. Be the closer that you're destined to be, man. Yeah, there's a sub. Didn't even Sucker Punch, too. The Sucker Punch, you have to crit. But it's gonna be Kyogre back. This game's over. No. No, no, no. Not like this. That's kind of sad. That do be kind of sad. I'll watch it out though. We should watch it out. Yeah, there's a Sacred Sword. The Ice Beam didn't even kill. It did even kill. Oh, 07 boys. Rip the king. Rip the king. So we have 18 minutes till top cut. 18 minutes. So let's go to change the title. Bum, bum, bum. I'm gonna go ahead and get my lunch real quick. Cut. Let's go. King. Bracket. That's good. I'm gonna go ahead and ditch and get food for a second. So we're gonna have the little... Big man. Yeah, we ditching. I'm gonna go ahead and run ads, so when my match actually starts, we don't have to deal with any pre-roll bullshit. No pre-roll bullshit in this house, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna get some food real quick. I'll be back in a bit. Ugh. Alright. I got my muffin. Got some water in me. Got me some water. So we can get rid of this. I'm gonna make it smaller first though. Oh wait, I can just use this for top cut. Oh, cut. I'll use that for like finals so I can mark it. But other than that, we can leave it off for now. But we will talk about a few things real quick. What do we know? What do we know? First of all, I think it's worth saying, we're playing against Cycle Shop I. I'm gonna link their Twitter real quick. In a second. If I can get to it. Just trying to get all But yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I should probably tweet out the stream, right? That'd be a good idea. But yeah, this is the guy we're playing. Cycle Shop I. I should also leave it in the USPA channel. Cool. Are we all prepared? Now we just have to wait. Now we just kind of have to wait. Alright, I think there's one more thing I'm gonna do. One more thing. What to do? Alright. I want to do something real quick. We'll go again. We'll go back again. So I'll be back in like a second. And we back. Woo! Not too much longer, boys. But yeah, the team we're playing against is Zerndon. It's Zerndon with like Bronzong and stuff. Should be pretty interesting, I'm gonna pull up the top cut bracket so you guys can like at least see it. Bum bum. Yeah, there it is. So we're in Pat. Oh, Max D's is right there. The man, the myth, the legend. Max D's Sporific. Okay, okay. That's cool. So it's Max D Sporific. And Sporific with his Jujutsu Kaisen name. Kinda crazy. A big JJK lover, Mr. Justin Burns is. Huge JJK lover. And then there's Ian versus Marco Fierro. So that side is so annoying. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it. But unfortunately we are. We can play them if we make it to... One sec. Is that actually top 16? Yeah, top 16. So this is top 8, top 14. Yeah, it's top 16, top 16. So, you know, I could actually add the text for that. I thought it would be, like, more people, so I was like, no need for the text. But since this is a queer top 16, I'll put it here. So, alright. Scroll back in, though. So, we're playing Cycle Shop, I've already linked their Twitter. And then Galio, is playing T-Slang. Ooh, the guy who just followed me. Like he quite literally just like followed me, right? Am I crazy? Blah. Yeah. Literally just followed me yesterday. Scouters? Any scouters? Insane. We're being scouted. He got his eyes on me. Yo. But yeah, that should be fun. So our side of the bracket is absolutely stacked. Absolutely stacked. And this side too, the Snow alone. And then there's So High right there. Audie. And then these guys. Oh my god. This top cut's insane. Nama, okay. Oscara? Ooh. What an insane top cut. Like, it's a smaller tour than Neme's tour, but like, looking at this top cut is just like, oh wow. Oh wow, dude. There's not a match that isn't really good. Which Ian is this, by the way? That's like the one thing I wasn't sure about. PFN? I don't know who that is. But everyone else I always like kind of know though, so it's like, oh. And then Snow, of course, being the 1 seed. No surprise there. The only player with a bye into top 8. Because unfortunately, 2-4 is TOing this tournament, so we couldn't have him beat Snow. So no one else can. If only. Truly, just need the 2-4 difference for this. But instead, Snow is undefeated, as you can see. And now we're just 3 minutes away from our match versus Mr. Zerndon Bronzong. If you know, I believe Cycle Shop I has like always used Bronzong. Always. If I remember correctly. No, he isn't the Bronzong guy. But he does have a Bronzong on his team. Honestly, true. I think that's kind of what happens with GS Code, though. It's the less, like, casual, friendly format, for sure. For sure. That goes without saying. Okay, there's 2 more minutes, boys. Yo, go Atmosphere VGC, so true Inc. We are going so hard today. I think I'm the only one streaming this tournament, right? I'm pretty sure. Vettel players. Oh my god. And yeah, Ink, don't worry, I got you. I have all the intel. We know everything. But he probably knows everything about me, because he would watch my channel. I believe... I bet Cycle Shop Eye is a Atmosphere VGC watcher. I bet. Why wouldn't he be, you know? Why wouldn't he be? Yeah, with this win. I should always say the 6 mons though. 6 mons. Cycle Shop Eye's team is this like Groudon, Venu, Bronzong, Incin, Aleki, Xerneas. So we get a little Xerneas Yveltal mashup. Also, Ink, by the way, I already knew. I already knew, by the way. I was told literally before that. So don't worry, man, don't worry. It wasn't just you. I got DMs for like 3 different people who told me. I'm like, ah, yeah, I kind of knew. I'm still grateful regardless, though, but it didn't really change my bottom line. It didn't change it. We knew, baby. Alright. But, I will say the annoying thing, he has a lot of Protect. Like, it's Protect Instant, it's Protect, so... Zernon dude is so funny, yeah. It's gonna be tough, Yeah, I do appreciate you saying it anyways, though. It's very huge. Yeah, we did actually tweet out our stream. The insane little plug, Eaton. The little plug. So you want to support the stream, get more people on here, all that kind of stuff, you can just do it through that link if you want. And let's do it through that link if you want. Okay. Yeah, I need to... Okay, our match is up. Let's go. Also, it's like midnight for my opponent, by the way. I think that's important to say. Or switching playlist. Yo. Let's go. Alright. It started. We just need our battle fly to load, and we can start getting into this. We will probably have to wait a bit though, that's the problem. All things considered. I don't know if Cycle Shop Eye is gonna be up or not in time. I'm not 100% sure. So, he's waiting. Checking the Discord, I don't oh, he's here, he's there. But is he gonna be in? Is the question. Oh, he is here. Good. Good. Yeah, pretty much. He almost always uses Bronzong. Or am I thinking of a different guy? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure he's a Bronzong guy. I know there's someone who's just a Bronzong guy every format, so I think it's this guy. I'm like 80% certain it's Cycle Shop. I'd have to double check though. He has these other teams though, so maybe it isn't. Yeah, Bronzong's an underrated mon though, so it makes sense. Cause like it's like Registeel, but it actually gives your team some utility. I think that just makes it better. Even though the typing is a little worse for it, it's just like just having any bit of utility on your mon is just so huge. So this adds so much value. Okay. Oh yeah, it's so. We're winning for Izzy, by the way. Winning for Izzy. Yep. Okay. Okay. Alright. You could lead Regieleki into this though, which would be pretty bad. Gastro is okay, but we need like to clear out a lot. I think yeah. I really think he goes Regieleki though. This is the thing. I really think he goes Regieleki here. Yo, mice. I'll do this anyways, actually. Yeah, we'll do it anyways. We do know he's Weather Ball, and he doesn't have a way to hit instant with his Venusaur. So those are pretty important tidbits here. But this is definitely a hard matchup. It's a lot of offense. A lot of offense. Venu, okay. This feels like bait, I'm gonna be honest. This feels like Omega bait. Like, this is such a Weather Ball switching Groudon turn. Like... you can't tell me otherwise, this is such a bait. This is such a goddamn bait, dude. There's no way. So I go Thund. This hard switch Thund instantly. And I go for a Blitz, or I can Parting Shot here. I feel like Parting Shot on the Zern creates the most scenarios though. This could also be a Sleep Powder though on the Zacian. I'm just gonna hope he doesn't. I'm gonna Parting Shot Zern. It could be a Sleep Powder Protect. That would be annoying. But like, that's so greedy though. It's so greedy. We do switch Zacian. Okay. Thumbs in. Is he going for the Sleep Powder? Oh, oh, Venu switches. Alright. I wasn't expecting that. He goes instant. Alright. So this could just be a Geo play, but... that's probably okay. Yeah, it's probably okay. We get our Zacian in. Yep. There's the Geomancy. He does get his Fake Out in. But we get our big boy Zacian in. Parting Shots out. Then we go to Zacian again. From this eerie impulsing Zern, if he tries to get greedy and attack and like fake out Moonblast me, just having an eerie impulse so he's -1 is kind of huge. This disables his options pretty well. What's his in? He's weakness palsy, right? Yeah. Weakness palsy. Okay. Let's think about it. He always runs weakness palsy on this kind of team too. So I do have to keep that in mind. Okay, he maxes. This is a max player, right? I'm still fine with this play because I feel like Zern is not going to break my substitute. And we should be able to stall out Max a little bit. This could be a double up into Thunderous though, which is what has me a little more scared. The double up into Thund does have me a little more scared. Okay, he protects. Ooh. That's okay. Max Flare in the Zacian, I guess. Okay. Cool. Cool. Now he's probably looking for a Moonblast and a Max Flare into my Thunderous, right? He's probably looking for a Moonblast, Max Flare, and a Thund. But I think I probably let that happen anyways. I have this Eerie Impulse, and I sub again. I could also switch into Instant here, but like I think I'm fine. This is sub. I could definitely switch into Instant here if I wanted, but no, he switched out Zern. He's going for a Max Flare into something. Groudon's in. Okay. Let's see if he lets me get the sub up. Does he let me get the sub up? Ooh. White Herb. You sub? Is this a Max Flare into Thund? That's the question. Yep, okay. KOs? Alright. But that's fine for us though. That's so fine. Because now we just bring in Yveltal. I feel like we max Airstream Insane just to get it in Sacred Sword range, and then we protect. Okay. This could be a max guard. Oh, like I think I'm fine with a max guard, to be honest. I think I'm fine with a max guard. This having an Airstream up is so huge, though. This could be max guard going to Venu, though. That would be a little more scary, but then we can max guard ourselves and Behemoth Blade the Venu the next turn. So that still works out for us pretty well. But this is where our max should be what's coming through in this game. Because I don't think Max Flare Rock Slide is going to KO a Yveltal ever, so... But this is pretty safe. We're pretty safe. Protect. Yo. And Max Darkness is going to KO Groudon too, by the way. So even if it goes for a Swords Dance, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's our Airstream. Big damage. This Yveltal lives the turn, we win. Straight up. That's all that needs to happen here. Yeah, there's the Heat Crash. Doesn't change anything. Max Strike. Good play. Good play. But it doesn't break sub. Max Strike does, in fact, not break Substitute. I still want to max Darkness, because I care more about conserving my Substitute than I care about conserving my speed. So I'm gonna max Darkness, and I'm gonna Behemoth Blade the Instant. I could have Sacred Sworded too, but I don't think he ever stays in. I think he protects, or he switches out into Venu or something. So I just want to end the game quicker. This is really what this play is. Sacred Sword is like a pretty safe play for me, but this just has a higher chance of this ending the game. And I feel like even if he just Flare Blitz me outright, it's still pretty okay. Still pretty okay, because he does not have Parting Shot. Yeah, he protects. Nice. So we just get our max Darkness off. We're in a pretty good spot. Venusaur will come in though, which is a little bit annoying. For sure. But that's because we have sub up, it's just not... This won't be enough. It just won't be enough. Yeah, Venu? Venu? Yep, okay. Okay. Because now, I'll just let him get the Sleep Powder off, and I'm just going to Blade his Venusaur. And Sun doesn't have many turns left either, because he set it with his max Flare. He didn't set it with Groudon. So he has a few turns earlier with Sun too. Okay, he switches. That's fine. We're getting a lot of damage off here. This could be a Weather Ball though. No, he Sweet Powders. So Venusaur is going to go down here for sure. For sure. We do lose our max, but like, it's fine. This is completely fine. Bye bye, Venu. Oh, he sashed. Okay. Oh, he just lived. No, he just lived. Okay. The Sun is down. The Sun is down. I was like, whoa, the Phantom Sass, dude. The Phantom. We still this Heat Wave and we protect though. There's still like no way he can really effectively break my sub. Yep. So that's just giving me another turn to break out my sleep with Yveltal. Okay, that's one. Frenzy Plant goes off into Zacian sub. That's fine. Considering that though, I will O-Wing actually, and I'll Behemoth Blade the Xerneas. He's probably going for a double protect here though, if I had to guess. So maybe I should have Heat Wave to cover for the double protect. But it's still such a commanding position, because even if he gets the Intimidate down, Sacred Sword just kills. Okay, Venu is the one that switches. Alright. Even better. Even better. Because now he's not going to be able to break my sub. We're just staying behind sub and winning the game like that, really. Just staying behind sub and winning the game. So game one is basically very high in our favor. The Zern is gone. And now it's just Instant with 1 health Life Orb Venusaur versus Zacian, Yveltal, and my Instant. So we just kind of click buttons. And our Yveltal does wake up, we get the O-Wing off, and I think this might even KO his Instant. He is very offensive. Yeah, it does. Okay. But isn't it great though, the seeing Yveltal team beat a Xerneas team? I think that's amazing. Like, that's actually so amazing. But yeah, we get game one. I'm not even gonna attack the... I'm not gonna attack though. I want him to show off his item. Even though I'm like 90% sure it's Life Orb. We'll show it off anyways. Attack, brother. He cancels. Smart. Smart. But yeah, I still know the thing, so it's fine. sure. I'll receive a green card. Yeah, same rules. Okay. Ooh. Fun, Zacian, Insane, Yveltal. Or could this weed Yveltal this game? Would be pretty cute. Yveltal fun. Because I just proved that his Xerneas lead doesn't really work into me. And we always had the maneuver where we can just switch out into Zacian. So I think this is actually pretty good. I think this is pretty good. Ooh. What a matchup, though. What a matchup. There's no way he goes back to the Zern idea, though. There's no way. He probably goes to, like, Regieleki and tries to play out of that. No. Like, Regieleki, Venu, Groudon, Incin? That sounds about right. Do I think I'm okay with that? The annoying thing, though, he's going to be sassed, Regieleki. Almost certainly, so... Groudon, Venu, okay. I'm fine with that. That's a big reason why I even led this in the first place. Is for this matchup. I think I'm just gonna actually taunt the Venusaur. I'm not gonna Thunder Wave it. It's too risky. And I max Darkness the Groudon. Support. It's fine. The lucky matchup's a little annoying, but the team that has such bulk, there's so much natural bulk that this doesn't tend to matter. We also have Eerie Impulse, you know? Because really the key there is we just have so many things that are so goddamn bulky that a lucky sometimes just can't break through us. Especially the teams where it's like Alecki is their Ogre answer and not like a Alecki Rillaboom. Because Alecki Rillaboom as a combination is so much less common now. So that allows us to get away with Gastrodon in those scenarios too. Because Gastrodon absolutely just destroys Regieleki. And that's what happened in the one Regieleki matchups I remember. Is this Venusaur or Groudon maxing? Groudon, okay. So it's a Rockfall, that's a little annoying, and Sleep Powder. Okay, he protects actually. This is a protect. But this max darkness is still gonna hurt this Groudon a lot. And the Rockfall won't hurt me too much. Not as much as you think it would, you know? Oh, I think he's actually going for a max flare. With a Heat Crash, because he does have Heat Crash. Yeah, there's a... Returns to normal, but he doesn't get his death. Oh, he does Rockfall, okay. Cool. Cool. Fun. It's fine. Fun lives, but it's gonna... This is good. Okay. But here's the question. Do we care about Groudon anymore? I don't feel like we do. I feel like we just need a... I just feel like we need to get Zacian and Airstream right now. Because you said, what's one way we deal with Regieleki? Zacian and Airstream. That's one way. So if we can do that right now, in this Airstream the Venusaur, and make whatever switch-ins a little bit worse. He can still rockfall me, of course, but I think I'm content with being rockfalled. I am content with being rockfalled in an instant switch. Because it won't KO Yveltal ever. And we still just threaten the KO on Groudon. So I don't know if the Groudon actually wants to disrespect the Max Darkness play. Because this Max Darknessing and taunting Venu is such an easy play to make. It would be so easy for me to just do that. And yeah, I've liked Gastrodon a lot. That idea came from Banfox. Like 100% from Banfox. The rest of this team is very different than Banfox's variant though. Other than like the Zacian spread and the Gastro. Because Banfox actually topped ladder with the same 6. But with like completely different sets. Okay, Zern. Fine. That's fine. Isn't there a rockfall? Because he needs to get a... If he gets the Quake read, that's pretty good for him. But if he doesn't, then I think I win. I think I win. Oh, Flare. Smart. I even said that he had Flare, and I didn't go for it. I didn't save myself for it. But we live anyways, though, so it's fine. Which, honestly, I did figure I'd live that. So that was a smart play by him, this stopping that option. I think he has to go into instant here in order to win. So I'm just going to double up Groudon. This is a little greedy, for sure. If he doesn't hard switch Groudon, then it's a little... Ugh. I think use Zern for tag. Oh, he might actually the sack Groudon here. Sacking Groudon is very fair. Yeah, you could have sacked Groudon. He switches, yes. Perfect. We got it right. We got it right. Instant, yep. Actually, oh, they. Perfect. Protect? Yes! Ahoy! We got him! We actually got him. Sacred Sword. And then the Max is going to kill. There's your weakness policy. I don't care. Your instant's gone. It's out of here. Let's go. Let's go, dude. I was a little worried that he would just, like, let his Groudon die and protect. Because that would make things a little scarier. But luckily for me, he was too scared to let the Groudon die. So we're in a good spot. We're in a really good spot. Because now he has no more shenanigans. His shenanigans are dead. And I don't think his Venusaur is going to be faster than my Yveltal after +2 boost. Either. I'm going to think real quick though. Because we aren't max speed modest, unfortunately. And this is a scenario where max speed modest actually... Being it and not being it is pretty important. But he is, he lived my attack last time, so I don't think he is. But I'll check anyways. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, we're 140. Wait, what? Let me check. Let me check. The speed stat. We should be 149. One check. One check. One sec. We're good. We're good. We win. We just need a quick O-wing into Venusaur. Perfect. Yep, fails. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, so true. Banfox is 100% goated. O-wing, no Koba is Life Orb. Gone. Let's go. Top 8, baby. We've done it. There's no way he can win now. And thank you for the follows, by the way, Sombra and Sane Delia. Yo. Oh, and by the way, after the tournament, the team is going to be on the Discord publicly. I may even put it on like Twitter or something. But I won't. On the Twitter, I won't give you guys the sets because I'm going to be putting that only on the Discord for only the Discord guys. Manipulation to make you guys join the Discord. Let's go. And if you want it right now and you want some of my other teams, you can click the you can subscribe and you can go to this Discord and you get all the teams, not just my tournament teams, and you get all of them there. But now we're moving on to top 8 and that's huge. It's so huge. God, it feels so good though. I was pretty confident when I heard that he's just running Bronzong Zerndon stuff, honestly. But it went better than I ever could have imagined. Especially with that game too. It just felt like we were completely feeling it. It was nice. It was so nice. My opponent is already ready though. Oh, never mind. Never mind, dude. Never mind. But we're playing Gilia or we're playing TL Tang. TL Tang. So that should be pretty fun. Oh yeah, we'll change the top 8 boys. Top 8. Oh man. Worst thing though is I don't even know what I want to do now. I don't know what I want to do. Okay, So Hybe defeated Max D's. So I mean not So Hybe. Sporific beat Max D's. Sporific beat Max D's. Okay. Sporific beat Max D's, and that's the only one that's done. So it's just Sporific winning and then me winning. And Sporific is Nanami on the bracket. Sporific is Nanami. Well, Jujutsu Kaisen character. Kind of crazy. Because by the way, if you want to check the bracket right now and see how everything is, there's the bracket. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, there's the bracket. Dun, dun. Whoa, boys. There's a couple more games. Also, how much money is that anyways for top 8? Just wondering. There's 74 players, and it's a $7 entry fee. So top 8 gets 5%. So 74 times 7. So that's 518. So we get 5% of 518. That's not too bad. It's like $20, right? Yeah, that's $25. $25. It's basically $26 though. And then top 4. This 10%. Okay. You get a modest move up. So it's 50 for that. And then it's going to be like 75 for second. And I think 100 for... it's 100 for first, yeah. Good hundo. Cool. Good to know. That's crazy though. Should have made it a 25% split. Or hey, that's maybe the whole pot, you know? Because obviously we were winning this tournament. Obviously. I think I should run ads though. This is stop pre-roll during the match. So if anyone joins late during our match, I can just stop the pre-roll. Because I'm not going to be doing anything anyways, so... And I don't want there to be ads during my match. That would be really annoying, you know? That would be so annoying. So yeah, I'm just going to add it until we can stop getting these pre-roll ads, you know? This seems like the play. And I'll be back as well. I'll just get a drink. And stew. Be right back. Should I add another text box? Text 2. Be right back. Okay. Honestly, now that I'm here though, I don't mind it as much. Oh. Oh, okay. It's so true. We got him. Get him, Haas. Oh. Oh. Which all I think about is when I see Haas, is I think about that like Twitch bot thing that just banned every goddamn channel ever. Like, even my channel, dude. Even my channel had like 100 Haas. I swear, dude. Dude. It was pretty bad for like Joe too. They didn't ultimately end up doing anything though. They didn't end up doing anything to us. But I know other people they kind of fucked over. Not us, not us. But yeah, is our matchup? Yo. Is our matchup? No, it isn't. No. Oh, we got another game done. We got another game done. Nama defeated Ascara. Akara? I'll just say Akara. That's easier to say. But it has an S between the K and the A, so it makes it a little weird. But I'll say Akara until I'm corrected otherwise. That works out for me. But yeah, still a lot of matches going on. I don't think anyone other than me is streaming this tour. Maybe. I'm not really one for writing team reports. I've never been good at that. If I will start to try writing one, and then if I decide it's lame, then I won't do it. But if it works out, then I'll do it. That's basically how it is. I'm not really a skilled writer. And honestly, the thought process behind this team wasn't that delicate either. So even putting in that thought process into words would be a little iffy. Because a lot of it's fairly simple. Like, I saw originally weakness policy team. I wanted Life Orb to get the 4 damage on Zacian and put more immediate pressure on and stuff like that. You know, it would also come with, I would have to show Ban Fox's team in order to really, like, show how I got to this point, you know? So I'd also have to talk to Ban Fox. Even though my team is inherently different, I think it's like, there's no way I can really fully explain this team without going into Ban Fox's team, right? So I'd have to talk to him too. But yeah, I am a little interested. I am interested for sure. Also, we'll switch music because we're not doing a battle right now. I feel like I should save that kind of stuff for when I'm actually battling, not doing nothing. So let's put on some little Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music while we relax and wait till our top 8 match. Or top 8 match. Oh, I made that a little high. I don't want to play that. There. Okay, that's way too sad. What the heck? There we go. There we go, that's better. Mystery Dungeon music, baby. But yeah, in general, I'm not the type who has ever done team reports. But I'll think about it. Can I post your stream on Twitter? Yeah, you can. Of course. You don't even need to ever ask about that. Bum. Oh, more BDSP leaks. Woo! Crazy. I mean, not BDSP. Legends of Arceus. Legends of Arceus leaks. Oy vey. I can't talk right now. Bum, bum, bum. Also, I should just type sure and just respond to you in chat, because, like, I don't know how long it's going to take you to actually hear me. Because we do have a little bit of delay still. We have a little bit of delay. And I didn't think about that. Yeah, see, Izzy? I don't lose when I'm sponsored. Just saying. I never lose when I'm sponsored. I would never. If you didn't know, by the way, I didn't pay the... I did not pay the entry fee myself, other than like 60 cents. We paid a little extra, you know? But Izzy basically completely covered the base cost of the Battlefire registration for this tournament. Because I wasn't planning on playing at all. I was thinking of just doing metronome stuff. In perfect honesty. But now here we are, we're in top 8, we're moving on. And honestly, we might even win the whole thing. Which is pretty crazy to think about, because I started off the tournament so bad. I was not playing well, I wasn't really executing exactly how I would like to. Yeah, there is a bit of a delay, it's right. So I'm gonna type. If it's important enough, I'll type. Cause like, that's insane. But yo, Paul Chua with the follow. The man who's forever on my mind ever since 2014. I'll never forget Paul. I'll never forget. Alright, we're playing T-Slang. TL Tang. I don't know why I'd say slang. Slang? Well, there, it does say slang, but there's a T in the middle. So I don't actually know how to say it. Yo. Oh yeah, can we start top 8, by the way? I imagine, right? I like half read the Discord, so I don't remember. Sure. I'm just gonna assume I can start. Because there's no other streamer than me, so it should go by my rules, in all honesty. That's all I'm saying, No worries. Aw, what a sweetie. Apologizing for making me wait while he's only like the 4th person done with his round. If you don't get retained by the Blizz, ooh, thinking. Which is funny, by the way, Tang, right before this, like this is the day before he followed me on Twitter. I just wanted to mention that I have a Tang follow on Twitter. I think that's very cool. I'm very proud of it. Yo, Tayo with the follow, huge. We use capitals in this household. Crazy. Yo, Vertigo. Thank you, man. We'll do our best. We're playing TL Tang, and Temple with the Fall of 2, and say Dialga stuff. Ooh. Life Orb Dialga stuff. That's scary. The thing is, we have a Gastrodon. The name of this game is we have to play for Gastro. This is all playing for Gastro. I think I go Thund lead as well, though. And I go Gastro back. Rilla. Yeah, Regielekki's a little scary though, but like, I just need to play and hope Gastro wins. Like that's really it. I just have to hope Gastro wins in the back. I don't think he has a grass move anywhere. We're gonna play like this. I don't care if any of my mons go down, I just want Gastro, and preferably Urshifu goes down though. He's probably gonna have Urshifu in the back to try and clean up my Gastro, because I think this is actually an angle where we might max our Gastrodon in the end game. Oh yeah, and I want to change music again. Oopsie. Oh. The change. The mix-up. Oh, wait. This is a little tough. Alright. Getsu's music is not the best, though. Because it's not stressful yet. But it'll get there. Let's give it a moment. I feel like I protect, though. Or do I just go to Gastro right now? Okay, going to Gastro right now is tempting. So I'm just going to do it. I'm going to Eerie Impulse the Regieleki. Yeah, Zacian Yveltal Gaming, Eliminator. I think this could be a lightning surging. Leave. Or it could also this be a double up into Thunderous with surging and a lightning move as well. Either or, I think this play kind of covers it a little bit. A little bit. But we're glad to know he isn't Urshifu Dark. He is not Urshifu Dark. Alright, those are Eerie Impulse. Lightning into Gastro, perfect. Surging. Close combat, okay. Oh, he's banded. Oh god. That hurt. That really hurt. Our positioning is a lot worse now off of that. I will try and go to Rilla and Thunderbolt the Ursh though. But that's good to know. He's banned close combat Ursh. I guess I should have figured, because he's a Whimsicott team, that he can afford to do that. But that is tough, tough, tough. Wait, is this physical? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, dude. That is really bad. That is really, really bad. Oh, no. That is physical, okay. Ugh, okay. This is where Regieleki is horrible to deal with, though. And it just kills, too. Oh, God. Yeah, we forfeit. We have to forfeit this. He just has the right sets. This is so bad. So he's physical. So we have to play for Ensign, then. We have to play for Ensign. Oh, God. But now we know. Now we know. Murkrow versus New York split allegiance this year. Crazy. Oh, God. That is not good. Okay. I need to relax and think. I should have figured because the tank team though. So this might be. It's honestly my fault though. Because he always runs this kind of stuff. Because his last team, by the way, he had physical Aleki and he had Whimsicott, Specs, Kyogre, and like Indeedee. So this is my fault for not recognizing that. I should have definitely figured that he would just be the most aggressive sets in the world. But yeah, physical. On the topic of Regieleki, special is a little, it's a more fine for this team, but physical is awful to deal with. It is actually awful to deal with this. Especially because I know he's like Specs Kyogre too. The Specs Kyogre plus that Regieleki is going to be so tough. And he's also Ursh Water with Choice Band. So I think I'm actually going to go Rilla, Instant, Gastro back. And then we go... okay. Who do we go next? Veltal. He Specs Kyogre. He Specs Kyogre for sure. He won't have a grass move on Whimsicott. I think the play is still the same. The play is still the same. Or will he have a grass move on Whims? I feel like he might have a grass move on Whims. That's what my heart's telling me right now. That he's just gonna reveal a grass move on Whims on me. I'll play like this. We'll try like this. I figured out it was physical, not from Team Preview. From it killing my Thunderous, that after I Eerie Impulse his Regieleki. So there is no guesswork there. No, it's not that. It's just because, and it's also because of prior knowledge. I know tanks pretend to be that, but I didn't take into account prior knowledge quick enough, to say the least. Oh, yeah. But okay, Can Max flying me? Can Max flying me? This is an airstream, right? Oh, do we just max straight up Rillaboom? Max Rilla and we fake out. What does that do for us? Honestly, it does a fair bit. This is probably the greediest play I've made in a while, though. I think Airstream is pretty weak. So we can just get rid of this goddamn Alecki. I'm gonna greet it. I'm gonna greet it. Greeting it didn't work. But there's an Indeedee, though. Oh, there's an Indeedee, though. So he got me again. He got me again. Hopefully he KOs Instant, though. If Instant dies for this, I'm fine. Anything else, though, is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Man, this team is so explosive. Thank you for the follow, Borgie. Boy, boy. U-turns. Oh. That's not a good crit to have. He's just gonna go back into his Regieleki now in Airstream. Oh no. Yep, there it is. Just kill. Please kill. Yeah, I'm getting washed, dude. We're getting so washed right now. Even reading the Airstream, though, that doesn't really do too much for me, but, like, I have no choice. He's just gonna follow me, though. So we do Flare What's the Indeedee. I could also have doubled to Gastrodon as well, though. That might have been worth. Because if I KO Indeedee, he just goes back into... He goes back into his mans, his Urshifu. And we don't have a way to hit the Urshifu. Also have the Rilla Grassy Glide. Yeah, there's the max. It could easily be a lightning into the Instant, though. It really could. Frankly, think it will be. Yeah, this is a lightning. There's no way. It's definitely a lightning. Yeah, it's a lightning. Oh god. Oh. It was an Airstream. Okay. That's a little better than I thought I would end. Okay, we did get an Airstream from him. Oh. I don't know. He's probably gonna follow me, but I still shouldn't make this play. Go Gastro. He switches out hard into Urge, I imagine. Yep. Okay. Airstreams again. And Instant this time though. So we do have the play we can go into Rilla. To maybe scare him off of this attacking with his banned Urshifu. But then other as a simple scare, it really doesn't do too much for us. I'm not gonna lie. We go Rilla again. We're getting rid of his Dynamax though, and we're getting Intimidates down. So this positioning is certainly a lot better. Unfortunately, CC is really gonna hurt still. It is really gonna hurt, and he might go into Indeedee though. I think he goes into Indeedee. Oh, he could just KO my Rilla though, right? You could easily just KO Rilla. But yeah, we almost got through the Dynamax. So that's the first part of the hurdle. We're getting so many Intimidates down. And we do also have grassy terrain for our Gastro. It's pretty big. Lightning? Yeah, okay. It was a lightning. We're a little too obvious there and he just got through it. We're like... CC, I imagine. CC? Yep, okay. That's fine though, that's fine. Can we get an Earth Power down? Is it fine? Is it actually fine? Because he still has Indeedee on at 1 HP in the back. Like, that's the thing. Indeedee at 1 HP in the back is like so annoying. And now we're in a question. He's probably going to Indeedee switch, but which of my mons is he going for the kill on, right? There's a reason to go for either, because he doesn't have a way to answer my Gastrodon with him on the back, probably. He has a speed boost already on his Urshifu. I'm just going to hope he doesn't have a way to answer Gastrodon on the back, so he's going to go for the attack on the Gastro with the CC. So I'm going to switch out Gastro and go for a Glide. Yeah, it's in DD. But does he go for it? Which does he target? If he gets the target right here, it's over. There's no way we come back from that. Come on. Come on. Zacian, please. CC Zacian. Damn. He wasn't scared of the Gastro endgame. Unfortunate. Because basically this thing is CC, we take the CC and then we go for a attack into one of them. But now we just lose. Because Zacian can't endgame all these Pokemon. And he's just able to spam CC and he can go for a follow me. This is a tough matchup though. So I don't feel too bad about losing it. Top 8's still good. I still played, right? So he is -1, but he's choice banned, so it doesn't really save me. Protected too. Okay. Come on, man. Yeah, he kills. That was just a BM protect. Like, why, man? You didn't need to. Come on. Just give me 1 kill. That's just an annoying matchup. Yeah, there's the helping hand now. If it's Ogre in the back, it may still be... No. The minute we got that 50-50 turn on who he targets with the Urshifu, it was just over. And even then, it was still, like, already a long haul. If you think about it, he can switch, and then it's just done. And he still just has that Indeedee around for redirection, too. There's too much damage that I can't get through. Which is the problem with both this team. Is when you can get into offense that you can't handle. And this is offense that we can't handle. But they CC'd the right attack, so it was just over. It was just over, Bum. I will have the team on the Discord though. Top 8 isn't too bad. And honestly, I might do Metronome Cup though. I haven't decided. We might do a little metronome action. Or I might watch the Colts game. I don't know which. I'm gonna check who else is streaming though, by the way. I'm just considering my options, because I still kind of feel like streaming, but I don't know if I will or not. Let's see. Who all is streaming right now? Alright. Okay, I think we're gonna do metronome, but it'll probably take like 10 minutes. It'll take me like 10 minutes. But yeah, the team is going to be in the Discord as well. The team is going to be in the Discord. So I'm going to go ahead and just post the team, just straight up. Or should I milk it? Considering my options. Did I already? No, that's the Torn Ogre team. That's crazy. Oh no, I'm gonna wait to post it and ask Banfox something. And then I'll post it. But for now, it's just in the sub side of the Discord. But I'll post it soon, TM. I just thought about something. But yeah. I have to ignore that. Ignore it. We will probably do some metronome. But yeah, thank you guys for the support, by the way. Thank you so much. Would you have any questions about the team, by the way? Now's probably the time. While I'm doing other things. Oh yeah, has any of you guys played the metronome stuff yet, by the way? Is that out of curiosity? I'm just considering it. Do I do that? Or do I have to stream? Or I could raid someone too. We might just raid someone. Series 11. Oh my god, there's no one. There's nobody. Okay. I don't think I should raid Wolf, because he already has so many viewers anyways, you know? It doesn't seem like there's much point to it. you know what? I have an idea. I have an idea. Hold up. I'll give you guys one moment. I think a funny way to show off the team, I've thought about it right now. For anyone who's actually still on while I'm mumbling about random stuff. Oh, that's the wrong team. No. Wait, that's Rayquaza. I kept clicking on the Rayquaza-zation team. Metronome battles were fun until they became stalling battle. Yeah. Okay, you make a good point. We won't do metronome. We won't do metronome. Team. That's the team, boys. Oh, shoot. That was the team. That was the team. And that's how we're going to reveal it. I'm going to think about doing a Twitter post for it, though. And yes, I am actually this segueing until I find someone to raid who is doing something interesting. Okay, I might raid Nino. I'm gonna be honest, but I'm just gonna type VGC. Maybe I can find someone that I don't recognize by typing. God damn it. Well, VG Bootcamp, right? Smash Bros. What if I type Series 11? Will that get me anything? No? No first? Okay. I see. Crazy, dude. The one last thing I can do, before we go, because I've been stalling for so much, deciding what to do, and I figured out I don't want to actually do anything, so I'm gonna reward you guys. Only the real ones will know, and we out. So I guess we are just gonna raid Series 11. We are just gonna raid a little Series 11 gaming action. If you guys want to watch that. Okay, I think I found the channel. It took me so long though, because I really didn't want to bring it over to someone playing Series 11, but here we are. Jake. This is his channel's name, right? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, now you guys have the team. Insane. Want more teams? Join Discord. Insane. Now we're gone. There's no more segueing. Because I couldn't segue into anything else. We simply have nothing else. I'm watching the Colts game. Bye.